Good morning. We are live from the chamber. Before we begin, I will go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery take direction from security to evacuate. Council takes direction from myself. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell. Take the stairs to ground level and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or myself during an evacuation. Finally, please speak with security or the meeting clerk, myself, if you require first aid. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning. Welcome to the April 28th City Council public hearing. I'd like to call this meeting to order and start by taking a moment to acknowledge where we gather today. So Edmonton is located in the heart of Treaty 6 territory. From time immemorial, diverse Indigenous nations have stewarded these lands, including the Nahiwak, Nekawinawak, Nakota Iska, Dene Selina, and Nitsitsapi. Many more First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples have gathered, traded, and celebrated on this land for generations. This place also forms part of the Métis homeland and was within the Métis Nation of Alberta. The signing of Treaty Number 6 in 1886-87 created a foundation of good relations, welcoming peoples to this area from around the world. Today, Edmonton carries on this tradition of welcoming peoples from many nations as we continue to live into the spirit and intent of treaty. Now for a roll call of colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford. Will be joining us in a few moments. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Morning. Could I have a motion to adopt the agenda, please? Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, I'll move that the agenda for the April 28th, 2025 public hearing be adopted.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Protocol items. I believe Councillor Paquette, you wish to share one with us?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Today, we acknowledge the life, the work, and the legacy of Pope Francis. Pope Francis, born Jorge Mario Bergoglio on December 17th, 1936, in Buenos Aires, Argentina, was elected the 266th Pope of the Roman Catholic Church on March 13th, 2013. He was the first Pope from the Americas, the first Jesuit Pope, and the first to take the name Francis, inspired by St. Francis of Assisi. His impact reached deeply into our local community during his historic visit to Edmonton, when he spent time with survivors at Maskwacis, visited the Lac St. Anne pilgrimage, and celebrated Mass at Sacred Heart Church of the First Peoples. And many Edmontonians will always remember when he visited Commonwealth Stadium to a gathering of the curious and the faithful. His words and his presence offered healing and hope. Later, his formal repudiation of the doctrine of discovery, an idea that had cast a shadow for centuries, was an act both long-awaited and deeply profound. It was not just a statement, it was a turning of the page toward truth and toward true reconciliation. When Pope Francis passed away on March 31st, 2025 in Vatican City, well, that's not right. But when Pope Francis passed away in Vatican City, it marked the end of an extraordinary life of service. He now rests in the crypt beneath St. Peter's Basilica, among the great stewards of the church who came before him. When he passed, I had the honor of attending his memorial mass at St. Joseph's Basilica here in Edmonton. There, I had the privilege of speaking with former Senator Don Roach, a longtime advisor to the Holy See. At 96 years old, Don reflected on Pope Francis's life with warmth, speaking of his character, his compassion, his humor, and the lasting impact he made in this world. I asked Don what was next for him. He pointed up and said, "Ask him." And I understood that to mean ask the Creator. And I said to him, "You could, and you probably will, but the thing about asking is the answer is usually more work." And so today, in that spirit, I honor the life of Pope Francis and the spark of light he carried into a world that sometimes leans toward darkness. That spark is one we all share, and it is not our own. It is a trust we are given to magnify while we are here, and then to pass onward when our time is done in office or in our work or in our lives, into the hands of those who come after us. May we be faithful stewards of that flame, just as Pope Francis exemplified to the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Any other protocol items at this time? All right, then we will move into our calls for people to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.1, Bylaw 21025, to allow for a range of small to medium scale housing? Garneau.
Yes, thank you. In favor, we have Ryan Idick. Hello. And in opposition, we have Ryan Jack. Ryan Jack, Jessica Wagman Sanchez, Janet Palmer, Mark Dunlop, Neil Lamontagne, Cheryl Stevens, Leroy Warden, Spencer Mackay, Janet Palmer, Shasta Desbarats, Marion McFall, Alistair Illick, Danielle Furchoff, Jesse Soneff, Steph Neufeld, Angeli Varghese, and Elaine Soles.
Thank you. Items 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, and 3.5 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Charter Bylaw 21143 to amend the Southeast District Plan, Bylaw 21123 to amend the Maple Ridge Industrial Area Structure Plan, Bylaw 21124 to amend the North Saskatchewan River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan, or Bylaw 21125 to enable the relocation and future preservation of a creek and natural area, as well as to allow for the continued use of a transmission line and existing stormwater management facility, Southeast Industrial.
Thank you. In favor, I have Mark Edwards, Nick Price to answer questions only, Megan Chisholm to answer questions only, and Zoe Rizak to answer questions only. In opposition, I have Raquel Farreau, Christine Kowalchuk, and Eric Wormley.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Items 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, and 3.9 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to Bylaw 21113 to adopt the Kendall Neighborhood Structure Plan, Bylaw 21114 to amend the Southwest District Plan, Bylaw 21115 to amend the Windermere Area Structure Plan, or Bylaw 21116 to amend the North Saskatchewan River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan?
Thank you. In favor, I have Bladen Dibben to answer questions only, Kayla Otway to answer questions only, Tony Chiarello to answer questions only, Elise Shillington to answer questions only, Katrina Rowe for questions only, Shane Garine to answer questions only, Crystal Brightwell to answer questions only, and Catherine Oberg to answer questions only.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Items 3.10 and 3.11 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone here to speak to the Riverview Area Municipal Reserve removal or Bylaw 21119 to allow for small-scale rural housing Riverview area?
In favor, I have Neil Ozadiak to answer questions only, Janice Lee for questions only, Corey Churchill for questions only, and Bladen Dibben for questions only, and none in opposition.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.12, Bylaw 21126, to allow for a range of small-scale housing Rosenthal?
Thank you. In favor, I have PJ Pescott to answer questions only, Scott LaBuick to answer questions only, and Connor Pope to answer questions only. And none in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.13, Bylaw 21132, to allow for medium-scale mixed-use development, Heritage Valley Town Centre?
In favor, I have Ryan Eidick, and none in opposition, for questions only, sorry, and none in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.14, Bylaw 21121, to allow for light to medium industrial developments, small commercial businesses, and a religious assembly on a developed site, Coronet Industrial?
In favor, I have Marcelo Figueroa to answer questions only, and none in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.15, Bylaw 21137, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, Strathcona?
In favor, I have Andrew Olson. In opposition, I have Katie Warwa.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.16, Bylaw 21133, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, McKernan?
In favor, I have Adam Zhang, William Yin, Don An, Yi Xuan Kang, Shiji Chen, King Bin Lee, and Bradley Thiessen in favor. In opposition, I have Robert Carnes and Charlene Weiss.
Jacob DeWang. May we also add a speaker, Jacob DeWang?
In favor?
Yes,
Added, so Jacob Duong, thank you.
thank you. Is there anyone here to speak to item 3.17, Bylaw 21136, to allow for a daycare and small-scale residential development, Woodcroft?
In favor, I have Marcel Figuera and Jennifer Sonoga. I see no one in opposition. Maybe just to confirm with our speakers in favor, is that for questions only? Marcelo, are you there? Or here? Questions only? If selected. And Jennifer? Great. Thank you. None in opposition.
Thank you.
All right. I'll now ask my colleagues to select items for debate or exemptions. If you'd like to sign up. Councillor Wright.
Yes, I'd like to select items 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, and 3.5.
3.2, 3.3, 3.4, and 3.5. Councillor Jans.
Good morning. I would like 3.1 and 3.15, 3.16.
3.15, 3.16, thank you. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I would like to choose, select 3.13.
Okay.
And I do believe Councillor Rutherford wanted 3.17.
Hello.
Thank you. 3.17, Aaron Rutherford.
Did she want?
Great, and I will select 314. And I think those are all of our selections this morning. So with that, I'll turn to Councillor Cartmell to read the unselected items.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. I will move closure of the public hearing on items 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, 3.9, 3.10, 3.11, 3.12.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Prince Fay is yes.
Thank you. Just confirming that Councillor Rutherford is not present. We will mark her absent for this vote. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that's carried.
Councillor Stevenson, I'll move first reading of items 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, 3.9, 3.10, 3.11, and 3.12.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Chair Stevenson, 3.10 also has a recommendation.
Thank you. Do we need to pass that prior to the bylaw?
Correct.
Okay, so
I believe we do.
we will.
But you can do first reading. Like,
Oh, okay.
I would recommend you pass it prior to third reading.
Okay, so we'll finish, we'll vote on first reading, and then we'll move to the recommendation. Thank you for flagging that. So please vote on first reading for these items.
Councillor Prince Fay is yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried.
Councillor Stevenson, I'll move second reading of items 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, 3.9, 3.10, 3.11, and 3.12.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on second reading.
Yes.
Councillor Prince Fay is yes.
Thank you. Just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried.
Council-
Recommendation?
That's what I was going to do.
Perfect.
Councillor Stevenson, I'll move the recommendation in item 3.10.
Excellent.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried.
Councillor Stevenson, I'll move consideration of third reading of items 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, 3.9, 3.10, 3.11, and 3.12.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried.
Councillor Stevenson, I'll move third and final reading of Bylaw 21113, Charter Bylaw 21114, Bylaw 21115, Bylaw 21116, Bylaw 21119, and Bylaw 21126.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on third reading.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. So we'll move now into our first item, item 3.1. Do we have a presentation from administration?
Yep.
Okay, we'll turn it to you then.
Good morning. This application proposes to rezone a single lot in the Garneau neighborhood from the small-scale residential zone, or RS, to the small medium-scale transition residential zone, or RSM, with a maximum height of 12 meters. This application was previously presented proposing the medium-scale residential zone at the March 17, 2025 City Council public hearing. At that public hearing, Council referred back to change the zone to the RSM H12 zone, which is before you here today. Next slide, please. The site is located in the northern part of Garneau, on a short block of houses between the university lands and the river valley. The site is well connected to many mobility options, including bike lanes on nearby streets and shared pathways into the river valley. There are existing bus routes along 109th Street and 87th Avenue, and these streets are also anticipated to have future mass transit options. The University Transit Center and LRT station are just over 400 meters to the west. Next slide, please. Through engagement, which was done when the proposed zone was the RSM H16 zone, 16 people were heard from who shared a wide variety of concerns with the proposal. Mainly, people were concerned with the impact of this rezoning on what is perceived as a block in Garneau with significant historic character. Next slide, please. The existing house on the site is not currently listed on the inventory of historic resources and appears to have been constructed around 1915. There are 5 houses on this block that have identified historical significance, with one being designated a municipal historic resource. Despite this concentration of historically significant houses, this block and area of northern Garneau has not been identified as a heritage character area. This was likely due to certainty about university expansion in the early 1980s, when the former Garneau Area Redevelopment Plan, or ARP, was being created and the idea of a heritage character area was being contemplated. Instead, the Garneau ARP identified a heritage character area to be created several blocks south of this site, between 83rd Avenue and 86th Avenue, and 110th and 111th Street. With the repeal of the ARP, this policy has been carried through to the Scona District Plan. A new Heritage Places strategy is currently underway, which will examine whether adding or expanding character areas should be part of the heritage programming going forward. The strategy is set to be completed by mid-2026. Next slide, please. Within the Scona District Plan, the site is within the University Garneau major node. Low and mid-rise buildings are supported throughout major nodes. The proposed RSM H12 zone would facilitate small-scale housing, which is generally considered an underdevelopment relative to this policy direction. Next slide, please. The RSM H12 zone is considered compatible with the mix of land uses in the immediate area, including existing small-scale residential buildings, but also other low-rise buildings to the west. This slide shows the comparable massing models of these two zones for visual comparison. While both the current and proposed zones would allow for small-scale multi-unit housing development, the proposed zone allows for 1.5 meters more of height and an additional 15% site coverage. This rezoning will allow for a sensitive increase in density without significantly changing the small-scale character of the existing block. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It will facilitate an increase in residential density in a redeveloping area of the city near transit and active mobility routes, and it proposes a scale that is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to our speakers. So in favor, I'll invite Ryan Eidick down, or I guess I could see if anyone had any questions. Did you wish to make any comments? No? Okay, well, we'll save you the walk down. I'll go now to speakers in opposition. I'll invite you all to take your seats, and then I'll just go through the process. So if you're in the room, please just identify yourselves to the clerks, and they'll help seat you in the chairs on this side. And if you're online, if you could just unmute and say hello for us, that would be great. So our first speaker, Ryan Jacks. Are you with us? No, we can come back. Jessica Wegman-Sanchez.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
Hi. Janet Palmer. Thank you. Mark Dunlop.
Yeah, here, thank you.
Great. Neil Lamontagne. Hi, thank you. You can come down to a seat here. Cheryl Stevens. Thank you. Leroy Warden. You can follow your neighbors. Thank you. Spencer Mackay.
I'm here.
Hi, thank you. Janet Palmer. Oh, sorry, we've got you twice on the list. Sorry. Shasta DeBarrett.
Oh, yes, I'm here.
Hi, thank you. Marion McFall. Hi, you can come down. Alistair Illick. Hi, come on down. Danielle Furchoff.
Hi, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse Sonef. Jesse.
Hey, I am also here. Thanks.
Hi, Jesse. Thanks. Steph Neufeld. Hi. And Angeli Varghese. And Elaine Solis. Come on down. Thank you very much. So I know some of you have spoken before, but I always want to start with some speaker expectations. We want to ensure that we are all conducting ourselves in a way that ensures a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. So these expectations apply equally to both in-person and virtual attendees. So hearing from you, hearing from the public is an incredibly important part of Council's process to ensure that we hear the full diversity of opinions that exist in our community. As the meeting chair, I have a responsibility to ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. The type of behavior that will result in removal from the meeting includes making disrespectful comments directed at individual staff members or other public speakers, or using profane language. Responsive behaviors to show support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat or emotion response features in the Google Meet, are also not permitted. I will provide a warning for those who may be unfamiliar with this process if I'm seeing any behavior that's concerning, and after that, I'll ask the person to be removed from the meeting. If you are asked to leave, you are still able to partake with the live stream, which everyone is welcome to view. Again, my role is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure that chamber behaviors are maintained to support a safe, respectful, and neutral space where we can have some difficult conversations. And that's for my colleagues, yourselves, and city employees. So thank you in advance to everyone for your respectful participation in the discussion. Just a reminder that everyone speaking today will have 5 minutes. For those of you in chambers, there are some lights on the podium there. They'll be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes is up. And given the volume of speakers today, I will be quite strict on the 5-minute stop. For those of you online, there's also a virtual timer that will help you keep track of that time. After you've made your presentation, please don't go away. After everyone has spoken, there will be an opportunity for my colleagues on council to ask questions of you or other panel members. After we hear from you, we'll turn back to questions of our administration. After that, I will call for any new information, which is a further opportunity for my colleagues to ask questions of either public speakers or members of our administration. Then we will close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. So participating virtually, just a reminder to please mute your microphones when you're not speaking. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, you can reach out to the Office of the City Clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. Thank you. We'll go now to our first speaker, Ryan Jacks.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, City Councillors. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I must admit I'm feeling quite sick since yesterday. Did not get a chance to fully flesh out my thoughts. but I still want to share a quick perspective on this. So my main point is that please do not simply write off all these speakers as NIMBYs. As I spoke at a previous hearing, I don't even live in the neighborhood. I'm currently in Allendale, yet I still disagree with this development. The current scale simply is enough in this very historical context, and with the developer ideally working with the neighbors to make the design fit the context as well. So zoning bylaw renewal works well in less dense mature neighborhoods in Edmonton, allowing for missing middle housing to coexist with lower density residential. But what is holding back Garneau's livability and affordability? This single lot on a highly historical street, or the many vacant lots across the neighborhood? If this city council is serious about improving housing affordability and livability across the city, then it is also time to take action against land speculators who are happy to see their portfolios increase because of what people who actually contribute to the community do. Perhaps a natural approach would be an extension of the derelict property tax subclass to include vacant or underutilized land. And yeah, Edmonton's heritage is dwindling, and developers, I think, do need to be sent a message that there are some areas in the city where it should be a little bit more difficult to do upzoning stuff like this. And I should note that if the neighbors are serious about preserving the history of the street in general, then I'll let them advocate on that and consider things like restrictive covenants and whatever tools may be at their disposal. But yeah, that's basically all for me. I care deeply about Edmonton, and Garneau, it's a very central neighborhood, and there's lots of opportunity in the neighborhood. So I think we don't need to rush into this when there's some other historical work going on, as mentioned by the city admins in their presentation. And yes, that's all. So thanks very much.
Thank you, and hope you're feeling better soon. Our next speaker is Jessica Wegman-Sanchez. Over to you. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. In the past 2 public hearings, I've presented to you evidence that the administration's position to support this bylaw change was predetermined and based on an ideological position rather than the thoughtful balancing of different considerations that I believe is required as part of administration's fiduciary responsibility to the public. Past planning reports purposefully left out information that the administration had about the heritage importance of 89th Avenue. I was happy to see that the planning report for today's hearing did include a section on the significant historical importance of this block. What remains unaccountable, however, is that the report now includes all this compelling evidence of heritage importance, but still does not take it into consideration. It does not refute any of the points given, nor balance them against other considerations. It simply reiterates its support of rezoning to permit a big rooming house smack dab in the middle of a heritage block. It's quite clear that no argument whatsoever from the public could influence the administration's predetermined position. This bias, in my opinion, makes a mockery of the public consultation process and of the public trust that administration will provide to council a recommendation based on logical reasoning and the balancing of different community and municipal concerns.
Sorry, Jessica, I'm just going to pause you there and just remind you that we are looking to have respectful discourse, and I don't think it helps the discussion to cast aspersions or motivations on our professional staff.
Okay, I just feel that the process has not been done fairly. So that is what I'm saying, and I feel like I'm saying that respectfully.
Yeah, and I
feel that this hasn't been fair. to the public, that the public consultation has not been properly considered.
And that's fair.
So
I
that
think-
is a concern that I'm raising.
Yep, and I think you can raise concerns with the process without suggesting individual motivation.
I'm not suggesting that against any individual. I'm just saying that the report, I feel, was not properly considering public input. So anyways, I will continue. All the evidence for why you should reject a rezoning of this property is now in the planning report, which lists, and I quote, 5 houses on this block that have identified historical significance, unquote, and goes on to say that additionally, there are several other houses that could be eligible for inclusion. This is in fact an understatement. On 89th Avenue, every single house except one is an original character house from the early part of the last century and qualifies to be on the inventory and likely the register. That's why there are so many of us here fighting for this block, because it is something out of the ordinary, special, and unique. So with all this history, why have more Garneau homeowners not put their houses on the historic inventory or register? Mainly because most of us did not know that these things even existed. Just a few weeks ago, the Garneau Community League held a presentation to inform community members about the inventory and register. And since then, many Garneau residents have taken first steps to put their houses on the inventory. Getting a house on the register is a lengthy process and can cost thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars to the homeowner. It is a path only open to wealthy people. So frankly, it's not fair to put the onus on individual residents to put their houses on the register in order to protect the heritage of an area when many residents can't afford this process. Protection of historic areas should be the mandate of the municipality. The planning report for this hearing points out that likely the only reason North Garneau was not protected as a heritage area in the 1980s was because at the time, it seemed possible that the University of Alberta might want to expand into North Garneau. The U of A has made it clear that it no longer wants to expand in that direction, so that impediment to protecting North Garneau as a heritage area no longer exists. The planning report states that, quote, a new heritage places strategy is currently underway, which will examine whether adding or expanding character areas should be part of the heritage programming moving forward. The strategy is set to be complete by mid-2026, unquote. Therefore, Mayor and City Council, I respectfully request that you reject this rezoning application so that this very important and unique heritage block, 89th Avenue, is not destroyed by your decision before the Heritage Places strategy has the opportunity to protect it next year, as I am certain they most certainly will. Thank you for listening to my opinion.
Thank you for joining us. Next, we'll go to Janet Palmer. You have 5 minutes. Sorry, we'll just get the mic. We'll do it on this end. Yep, there we go. Thank
Hello?
you.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Janet Palmer. I've taken a lot of effort to come to these meetings. I was in England for the last one, and now I've come from my hospital bed. So I feel very strongly about this. The Garneau is a vibrant community of diverse people of varied economic, social, and educational backgrounds. I've enjoyed living on 89th Avenue, also known as Legal or Legal Avenue, since 1999, in 2 houses, 10934 and 10940. There are 9 houses on the south side and 8 on the north. 5 of these are currently rentals, primarily to students. We currently have lawyers, social worker, flight attendant, realtors, physicians, filmmaker, professors, nurse, planners, judge, engineer, retirees, and children on our street. We need a variety of housing to provide homes for families as well. We want to attract and help people who want, keep people who want work at the U of A, the University Hospital, Cancer Clinic, and downtown. We don't want to be considered as student housing where they only live from September to April. The RSM rezoning condemns the Garneau to unfettered development with rampant property speculation, as has happened to 10948 on 89th Avenue. We have vacant lots and derelict houses suitable for thoughtful development. Jane Jacobs would be horrified by our city planners. She was a great proponent of mindful development of cities to maintain green spaces and places for people to interact. West of 109th Street, we have multiple new units going up, being built, mostly 1 and 2 bedroom. The Garneau is already the second densest neighborhood in Edmonton. Surely we can afford to retain some houses and streets that have particular historical merit, in other words, 89th Avenue. The National Trust for Canada has listed 10934 89th Avenue as one of 8 historic homes we love. I have started the process to list my personal house on the City of Edmonton's inventory of historic resources. We want to maintain our zoning to retain our special character of varied housing, including houses. Please do not approve the RSM 12 zoning. Please allow the joy of heritage houses, beautiful gardens, and neighbors who know and care for each other. Do not condemn 89th Avenue becoming a barren wasteland like downtown Edmonton. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining us. I'm just going to take a brief moment to welcome our guests as they come into chambers with us this morning. We are joined by the grade 6 class from Rutherford School. Your ward counselor is Counselor Salvador in Ward Métis. So hello and welcome. How long are you all here today? Just the morning? Great. And are you doing a mock council? Oh, exciting. Have you chosen your mayor? Oh, great. Well, would you like to come down and tell us what you're going to be debating this morning? Okay, you can come down to the podium here. We'd love to hear. Thank you. What is your name?
My name's Anya.
Anya, welcome. And what are you going to be debating this morning?
To grant free access for all Edmontonians on ETS services.
Oh, great, great. Do you know what your position is?
Sorry?
Do you know what do you think of that question?
I think it would be a good idea.
Okay, great. Well, we hope it's a very fruitful and productive debate, and we look forward to hearing what you choose. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker, Mark Dunlop from the Garneau Community League.
Thank you. My name is Mark Dunlop, and I'm a longtime resident of Garneau. Over the past few years, the city has transformed its approach to city building. We have been told that one of the best ways we can build a better future in Edmonton is to prioritize growth within existing neighborhoods. There's a sound logic in the idea that higher density neighborhoods will help us maintain services against the economic headwinds the city is faced with. I agree with this logic. I don't think the city communicates this very well. The city is not clear about what this means, and more importantly, the consequence it has for residents in core neighborhoods. The rezoning process that we are going through right here and now is an example. It reveals an unwritten rule. The district plan notes that, I quote, medium to high density will be supported throughout. Administration interprets this to mean that upzoning must always be supported in the priority growth areas. It's not a discretionary or a decision based on careful weighing of contextual factors. It's a directive, and as a result, city planners will always recommend upzoning in neighborhoods like Garneau. The result of this is that residents in neighborhoods like Garneau effectively have no zoning. We have a pretense of possibilities, but the direction always given by administration is upzoning. Upzoning is always supported. Nothing else is worth the paper it's written on. There's no predictability or baseline for what can happen on your street. When anyone asks to add more density, no matter what it is, no matter where, city admin will recommend it, full stop. Given that we are talking about one-off properties and a ward system, council has a real uphill battle to prevent developers and speculators from picking our streets apart. That's what's happening here. This policy has real-life implications. Residents have to make decisions in a rapidly changing environment. Do I actually want to live here when the houses across the street are deteriorating? Will I want to be here in 20 years? Do I want to live beside another of the many boarding houses passing as densifying infill? If I don't know what's coming next door, should I put my home on the Heritage Register? Should I invest in renovations or retrofits? Instead of couching everything in planning talk, city administration should be perfectly clear, or maybe this is part of their plan for residents. The city should telegraph where this is going in the next 5, 10, 20 years. Members of council should explain why multiple neighborhoods should be okay with having no consistent zoning. I actually think that the city could save itself the trouble and move to the logical next step, create an anything goes zoning type for priority growth areas. Call it free zoning, priority growth zoning, or something like that. Save us all the headache of a rubber stamp process that treats communities like a nuisance. City administration shouldn't hide what it's doing. Put it on your website in simple language so that it's not just industry that knows how it really works. Don't claim that residents are resistant to change. NIMBY is an insulting term used mostly by developers and planners with agendas. Don't claim that people with legitimate claims are in the way of progress or that they want to go back to a lot by lot planning. What you're doing is effectively lot by lot planning. Administration is imposing change without even a baseline of predictability. Don't blame planning documents. Don't promote the insincere illusion that engagement activities will change the outcome. You have been actively making decisions and not adequately informing the public. I have been involved with planning for years on a community level. The greatest frustrations have been trying to get the city administration to follow their own guidelines for communities. The ARPs were continuously, and by the definition of the Municipal Government Act, wrongly circumvented to accommodate developers because of the promise, but at that time unknown city and district plans. The community supported the city plan and district plan and is now sadly in a fight to save important characteristic and historic resources. I remember from my municipal politics class at the U of A more than 40 years ago that certain issues will activate sectors of the electorate. I can guarantee everyone here that the dismissive treatment of my community by administration will have me active in the next election. This is my 5th or 6th time doing a presentation like this in front of council. I don't like it. I'm not a public speaker, and I don't want to do it again. Administration needs to engage better with the communities before it rubber stamps up zoning approvals. To the members of council, I don't envy the decisions you need to make on a daily basis or the constraints that you face. I have a tremendous amount of respect for the work you do, a deeper appreciation of how hard it is and how thankless it can be. I implore you to be direct. Don't stand behind reports and hearings. Resist the urge to tell us that change is hard.
Thank you, Mark. That's your time. We'll go next to Neil Lamontagne.
Good morning, Chair and Council. Thank you for this opportunity. So I don't live in the neighborhood. I work in the neighborhood. I'm a teaching professor of planning at the University of Alberta. And the one thing I do appreciate about neighborhoods that are complex and as wonderful as Garneau is fine-grained neighborhoods need fine-grained planning. We need to move boldly on that, obviously, on that work, but with care and caution for the more small-scale incremental sort of chipping away through rezoning by rezoning by rezoning. So I'm just here to voice my concern about sort of two things. One is we think we have to be very cautious going on small-scale rezonings, not the specifics of this project per se. I got no issue with that. But as you're doing larger planning work, both the priority growth areas as well as the potential heritage strategy, move carefully, because you can really unsettle that work, as you all know, by doing that more holistic work. And then, of course, working with the community itself on making sure the priority growth areas and potentially even the district plan itself has the right tools to reflect the complexity, the potential for climate positive, for more affordable development as this neighborhood evolves. It has been evolving for the last century. So also, one last thing I'd say. I think we do have to be cautious about this sort of duality on heritage, what's listed or what's not. Right? Well, no, there's a feel, there's characters, there's experience, being part of a broader story of neighborhood, there's complexity, and I think moving forward, we really need to embrace that, and I do think the new heritage strategy will do that. So look forward to that, and that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us this morning. Next, we have Cheryl Stevens.
Good morning, City Council. I'm Cheryl Stevens. I live next door to the proposed rezoning lot. I'm objecting to the redevelopment for many reasons. Number one, I could tell you, as I've done in the past, how it directly affects me, how the building is going to overshadow my home, how I'm going to lose my natural light, how the increase of noise, light pollution, garbage, all those things I could tell you, which I know sounds selfish. But what I want the city to do is just stick to the RS zoning. You had actually put it in place for a reason. I'm not opposed to densification, but we're just asking the city to stick to your plan. Help us save the historical integrity of this block and the need for family-oriented housing rather than just an influx of one-bedroom units. As a realtor, I've actually looked up and noticed that in the last 12 months in Garneau, there are only 20 homes that were built from 1900 to 1950 that sold. Out of those 20 homes, 9 of them were marketed to investors/developers by bragging about the size of their lots. So there is a good chance that those homes will be torn down and redeveloped with multi-level buildings. If you push this rezoning through, that will mean that there's a greater chance that 9 more lots will be upzoning. I worry that we will be setting a standard for the developers that will overtake what the city council plan had thoughtfully thought out and put in place. Out of those 20 homes, that only leaves 11 character homes that are listed for the value of the homes that they are. What I want City Council to also understand that at that same 12 months, there was 121 condos sold. Out of those 121 condos, there was only 7 that were 3-bedroom units, there was 74 2-bedroom units, and there was 41 bedroom units. All that to say is that we already have a ton of space for students and single people. We're just wanting the option for more families to live in the community. Again, with the families, that brings more vibrancy, less transient feel. Like Janet said, we want people to live in the community, not just be there for part of the year and then gone. So we don't want you just to upzone it for the ability to one person to make more money. We're asking you to help us maintain 30% of small-scale residential. We would add densification. Being built is possible. We can have a duplex put on the block with 2 more units underneath, so we've got 4 units there, maybe even a garage suite. I can tell you that 8 of the homes behind me, I just found out last night that on 90th Ave, there's 8 homes. 5 of them already have rental suites in the basement. So we're doing our part with densification. What we want in the Garneau area is for everyone to have the ability to, again, have more families stay in the neighborhood, have it affordable housing for the students where they can rent a 3-bedroom home and share on the costs. I can also tell you I did do one step further, and I looked at Westmount just to compare to our area. The Westmount in the last 12 months only had 37 homes. They had 37 homes, so double the amount of homes that sold from the same era, and 71 condos. So again, there's a big difference between Westmount that had 71 condos, and we already have 121 that sold in this last year. All that is in concluding that, again, we just don't want this upzoning in this one lot right in the middle of our block. And then I have to say, again, I just thought this the other day, that here we are taking up City Council's time. Here we are people taking time off our work for 3 different occasions to allow this developer to come and try to upzone this lot. The developer has not showed up once, has not been on Zoom, has not been in person. Yes, we know he has a consultant here, but again, we're the ones being here, taking the time, spending the money to be here, and we're just asking you to hold to your RS zoning because we care and we're here, and we don't want you to make a decision for one developer that's not spending the time to be here, because really it should be about who lives in the community, who wants to value and maintain the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go next to Leroy Warden.
Good morning, Chair and Council. Council made a decision just over a year ago regarding district plan and policy with RS zoning within this community. Why do councillors need to be convinced to stand by that decision? Why not give your carefully researched and laid out plan a chance to materialize? Let it work for a considerable time period before tweaking it. Why are you even considering this one-off application unless your intention to one by one erode the existence of the heritage homes in this community, which I don't think it is. So please note, the buyer of this property, they were aware of the zoning when they purchased it. And like any good investor, they would have calculated the potential ROI based on that current zoning so that they know it's a worthwhile investment at that time. Now, after taking possession on October 7th, 2025, he did put that property back on the market on October 9th for approximately $90,000 more, but with no success. So, tried to make money, did not. Now, his next move is to get approval for spot zoning. Now, if this property gets rezoned, its value immediately goes up because of its income potential. All for an investment of an application fee. No consideration for the community or the heritage homes on this block. Rezoning this property represents poor planning because it's a one-off type of an approach. Because as we do this one, and if it's approved, it's easy to get the next one done. So I ask you and urge you to reject this proposal, to stand by your decision and let it materialize over time. And keep the RS zoning in order that we stay within the context of this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Spencer Mackay.
Hello. I have a presentation as well.
Great, we'll just get a moment to pull those slides up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those are up. You can just let the clerks know when you want to advance to the next slide. Over to you for 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Spencer. I'm a civil engineer in training. I'm here to speak as a recent graduate of the University of Alberta. Next slide. When I attended the U of A, I spent a lot of time in this neighborhood. I go for walks to admire the treed streets and cute houses. It's an urbanist dream. Everything was close by, so it was a great place to meet up with friends. The diversity supports all kinds of lifestyles. I am an urbanist to my core, and I love that Edmonton is trying to encourage more housing in its central neighborhoods. Garneau is already one of Edmonton's densest neighborhoods, but it could easily welcome more density. Every time I drive down 109th Street or near the vast empty parking lots on campus, I see so much potential for more housing. However, planning is always about balancing priorities and fostering an environment that encourages new development while respecting what makes a place great. And that's why I oppose this rezoning. My first reason is personal. I know that there have been a lot of one-bedroom units popping up in the neighborhoods around the U of A. Speaking for myself and my friends, this kind of housing is extremely expensive and not really conducive to student life. This kind of housing creates loneliness and isolation. Dorm-style living should be concentrated on campus, where there are communal spaces to build into the lives of students. Right now, my friends and I are talking about getting a house together, where we can take turns cooking and have a garden in the backyard. This kind of rezoning takes away those options. A second reason comes from my urbanism. When I travel to other cities, I gravitate to communities that are vibrant. People are outside, all kinds of different people. There's density, but there's also character. Garneau has an eclectic mix of heritage houses, local cafes and restaurants, and medium and high density buildings. Sacrificing a heritage street in Garneau is sacrificing character and community for a very small and irreversible gain. A third problem that I have with today's rezoning is that it goes against the principles of engagement. This lot was initially included for rezoning in the PGA, but removed in response to community feedback. The residents of Garneau have clearly stated that they do not want this area to be rezoned and have specified other areas in the neighborhood that would better be suited for even higher density. To go ahead with this kind of rezoning after that engagement undermines public confidence. Next slide. So this is the lot in question along with houses on the same street. Next slide. the exclusion from the PGA. Next slide. Here are some parking lots along White Ave, or just south of White Ave, and all of the parkades around the U of A hospital. Next slide. This is at 109th Street and 83rd Ave, another empty lot. Next slide. This is around 104th Street, it's 81st Ave between 104th and 106th Street. Again, more empty lots. Next slide. This is the lot that sadly burned down last year, and I would hope that there are as many efforts as possible in trying to redevelop what was here. Next slide. Around the Strathcona Farmers Market. Next slide. Again, next slide. And some back of lots that are just in Garneau or Old Strathcona. Next slide. I love this city. I love Garneau, and while I understand the desire to take every chance to foster housing choice, this development will not improve Garneau. Next slide. I now live in Wet'suwet'en right next to downtown, and I have a slide here from Jasper of roughly 100 years ago. Edmonton has demolished countless buildings only to regret it later too often. We've simply ended up with parking lots. Wet'suwet'en is missing the sense of community that I found in Garneau. When I bike down 83rd Ave in Garneau, I see people at the tennis club, people are out walking, hanging out outside, families and kids and students. There's a sense of community and vibrancy that's missing in Wet'suwet'en. I would hate to see that erode. We need to grow, but we also need to make sure that we keep what is worthwhile. Next slide. Or sorry, can you go back? I was ahead of myself. While this imagery may not be completely up to date, I had a friend visit me recently from Calgary, and he said that he felt exposed as we walked downtown. Next slide. As groups like Strong Towns have shown, it's crucial that planners ensure new buildings fit with the neighborhood pattern to facilitate the next increment of maturing, to quote Chuck Barone. Next slide. I want to close with this image. Good density can be done in many ways, but it needs to add the livability and vibrancy of a community. This rezoning does not fit the neighborhood pattern. For the sake of a better future, I strongly encourage council to reject this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Shasta Desbarra. Thank you. Over to you for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, members of City Council. We live 2 doors down from the site. We have lived there for 28 years. Our house has historical significance as being the residence of Dr. Percy Talbot, which I found out was the first chief veterinary inspector for Alberta in 1912. We were also told that Leonard Cohen wrote a song, Sisters of Mercy, during a party in our house in the 60s. The important thing being is that this block carries a lot of history and heritage character and should be maintained and not torn down and replaced with multi-unit apartment buildings. Just because this lot falls within a major node does not mean the City Council should approve the developer's application for rezoning. The fact that the lot falls within a major node is only one of 11 factors City Council must consider in this rezoning amendment as set forth in the zoning bylaw. I would like to highlight a few of these impact criteria in the bylaw as they relate to the proposed amendment. Section 3.2.1 is the relationship to and compliance with applicable approved statutory plans and council policy. According to district policy, major nodes provide residents with a diverse mix of housing and employment opportunities, travel modes, and connection to other modes. Only 30% of dwellings in Garneau are small-scale residential. City Council should look carefully when asked to further reduce the number of small-scale residential lots, as that number will continue to decline as developers seek to build apartments with the highest number of units to increase profitability. Section 322 is a relationship to any statutory plans in preparation at the time of application. The city and the priority growth area rezoning project decided to leave our block as RS. This is also a factor that should be considered by City Council in support of leaving the site as RS. Section 323 is compatibility with surrounding development in terms of use, function, and scale of development. The city planner in his previous report indicated that RSM 12 is less appropriate for this site due to the side setbacks that would impact the adjacent houses. The RSM H12 zone allows for a minimum front setback of 3 meters compared to 4.5 meters for the RS zone. To allow for the front setback of 3 meters would mean that building would protrude out almost 2 meters in front of all the other houses on the block. A 12-meter development with increased setbacks and unlimited number of units is incompatible with the surrounding development. Section 328 is effect on stability, retention, and rehabilitation of desirable existing uses, buildings, or both in the area. A 12-meter apartment building with multiple units will completely change the character of the street and will affect the stability and retention of the current properties. A reasonable concern would be that once approved, other developers would seek similar zoning amendments, allowing for additional multi-unit mid-size apartments, thereby further eroding the current historic block. Another concern is that developers purchase houses then fail to develop or maintain them, leading to abandoned or neglected sites that we already see scattered around Garneau. This may lead neighbors to feel forced to sell their houses to move to a more residential street. It is one of the few remaining blocks that has reasonably affordable houses within walking distance to the university, which helps to attract and retain faculty and staff at the U of A and the hospital. This unique block of single-family heritage houses should be preserved to allow this type of housing in Garneau. Section 3210 is documented opinions related to land use impacts raised by area residents regarding the application. Many area residents have opposed this rezoning. This is a factor that must be considered by the bylaw. I understand the need for increased density. However, this type of zoning is better suited for major roadways or on corner sites where it can enable a transition to high-rise buildings, not in the middle of an established block of historic single-family homes. The existing RS zone already allows for greater density, allowing for a 5-unit residential dwelling more compatible with surrounding development. I ask City Council to please exercise their discretion and keep this site as small-scale residential. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Marianne McFall from the Save Garneau Community League. Hi, over to you.
Thank you. I'm actually speaking on my behalf, but I am involved in the Garneau Community League. Good morning, councillors. My name is Marianne McFall, and I live on 84th Avenue. I'm here to oppose the proposed rezoning of 10948 89th Avenue in discussion. This block is one of Garneau's last nearly intact heritage streetscapes, a rare, irreplaceable part of Edmonton's history. New development here must be approached with great sensitivity. Here are my concerns. Number one, heritage is at risk. The proposed 4-story building would tower over the historic homes that have stood for generations. It would visually and culturally damage a streetscape that has endured for over a century. Two, we're setting a precedence. If rezoning is allowed, other historic blocks could follow, eroding Garneau's historic identity piece by piece. This would cause it to be a less desirable place for families and long-term residents. Three, density. Garneau is already one of Edmonton's densest neighborhoods. What we are quickly losing and must urgently protect is the balance and the charm that makes it livable. Four, wrong location. Large developments belong on major roads, as already stated, not squeezed mid-block between century-old single-family homes. Most new builds in the areas turn out to be eyesores that disrupt the beauty and cohesiveness of the streetscapes. 5, neighborhood impacts. This project would increase congestion on this narrow one-way street, with already limited entrance and exits. It would reduce sunlight and privacy, remove mature trees, create construction noise, and contribute to declining property values for those of us who have invested our lives here. And number 6, parking. Street parking is already scarce after recent road upgrades and bike lanes installed. Where are the additional tenants supposed to park? This isn't just inconvenient, it's impractical and unfair to current residents. How many of the councillors have walked down 89th Avenue? No hands raised. Oh, 1, 2. Okay, 4. 5, 6. Okay, great. Good to hear. I brought some visuals. I apologize if the people online can't see this, but this is a 1955 aerial photo of Garneau, when the neighborhood was full of charming homes, a safe place for families to grow. My own mother lived on 83rd Avenue. Sadly, I never got to see her home. It was bulldozed decades ago to make way for a big, ugly apartment building. We lost not just a house, but a piece of my family's history. And with each new demolition, we lose more history. This second photo, this is the area in question up here. This is from 111th Street to 109th, from 81st Avenue to Saskatchewan Drive. The red shows how many homes have already been demolished, about 80% in the neighborhood, and this isn't the entire neighborhood. The green shows infill or newer builds. Again, a lot of them are ugly. Old homes that are boarded up waiting for demolition, or vacant lots. Again, it's about a quarter of what remains is in jeopardy, about 45 homes. It's shocking to see how much we've lost. It's heartbreaking. 3 years ago, I cried watching a house just 2 doors away from me be bulldozed to make room for a triplex. I have nightmares about apartments going up and ruining our block, 84th Avenue. With greater density, we see more crime, more homelessness, more litter, and less community connection. I no longer feel as safe living here. Adding even more density, especially in sensitive mid-block areas, will only make these problems worse. I've lived in Garneau for over 28 years and recently applied to have our 1927 home added to the historic inventory, but listing alone offers no real protection. It's discouraging to see the city label parts of Garneau as heritage areas while allowing incompatible developments that threaten the very homes that create that heritage. There are better places to add density. We need to be strategic, preserve quality of living for current and future generations, not just increasing the quantity of units. Garneau has already lost over 70% of its historic homes. If we don't act now, the remaining historic character of this neighborhood will vanish. Once it's gone forever. Heritage protection would guide development respectively, and we be welcomed by residents who value our neighborhood's history. Preserving Garneau's unique charm would also support heritage tourism, community pride, and education. Visitors come to see this history, not high-rises.
Thank you. That's your time. Thank you. Next, we'll go to Alistair Illick.
Hi, thanks for hearing me here. I'm actually a resident of McKernan, like some other people that have been speaking. It's interesting to see, there's quite a few people who live in the neighborhood but also outside of it who are opposing this. So I also am opposed to development. I know there are indeed many housing-related problems in the city that need solving. The need for more housing units, more affordable housing, and housing options, but this development, I believe, solves none of these problems. Regarding density, Garneau is already adding many housing units. This development does not add that much density, measured in number of units per lot, compared to a lot of the other mid-rise apartments that have been added in more of a tasteful way. There are also some very large projects, including one 27-story project that's proposed nearby that would add almost 300 units. So there's lots of densification happening in this area. Most of these mid-rise apartments add at least 30 units per lot, which this development would not. But the high density, I support density, but I believe it should not be placed right in the middle of a historic area, in the middle of a street of small-scale houses. We need to keep some organization to our neighborhoods, rather than just having them as a hodgepodge of disorganized structures. A reasonable owner as well, who would have bought their house on that street, I think had every right to the reasonable expectation that when they bought their house, a development such as this would not have been permitted to have been built beside them, especially when there were plenty of suitable sites available for large-scale developments in the nearby area. If we do not enforce people using these more appropriate sites, then developers will take the easy, low-hanging fruit rather than be forced to do proper, sustainable development. This is one of Edmonton's most historic and charming neighborhoods. This project will negatively impact the character of the street and set a precedent for the rest of the area going forward. This development will not increase the tax base in the same way mid-rise projects do. Some of those do create quite a bit of extra income for the city. This one will not. Just be very modest. It will not add vibrancy to the neighborhood. It will bring no amenities to the community. And it will provide no kind of donation to the community like some of these larger projects do. Regarding housing options, mature neighborhoods need to add density, but for the city's vision of 15-minute cities to succeed, it needs to be preserving some space for families. This enables families to live near where they work, helps to maintain a diverse community, support community leagues, and ensure schools in these neighborhoods remain viable. Families should not be forced to the suburbs where schools are oversubscribed and the city is struggling to keep up with demand. Some may argue homes in Garneau area are too expensive for families to afford, but there are many good-paying jobs at the local hospitals, university, etc. And some of these families would make the choice to buy less of a house, a smaller house, in this central neighborhood with character over the option of a bigger one further out from the core. This aligns with the city's vision for 15-minute cities. As an aside, even the single detached houses in this area often have suites in them, which can be used to offset ownership costs for families who are trying to get into homes. And provide more density and housing options than if you were to force families out to the core. Allowing these bigger developments on small-scale residential streets will further drive up area housing prices and make housing ownership less attractive in the area, since you have no control over what goes up beside you. With the current bylaws, which designate the entire neighborhood of Garneau as a node, the city is incentivizing builders to choose one of its most historic neighborhoods to tear down houses. I read mention of the Heritage Places strategy, which should provide some recommendations by 2026. However, development is moving alarmingly quickly in this neighborhood. By the time reports are issued and action taken, Garneau will have irreversibly changed. You have created a situation where the city gets awards from organizations such as Canadian Home Builders Association for being the most builder-friendly city in Canada, while the local community feels powerless as the character of their cherished neighborhood is forever changed. Remembering that Garneau has been quite agreeable to thoughtful densification, for which there still remains much potential. I would recommend creating a temporary amendment to the zoning bylaw, 20001, carving out a protected historic area in Garneau that protects against upzoning from RS temporarily till a more considered strategy for the area can be reached. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Danielle Furchoff.
Hello, City Council. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. My name is Danielle Furchoff. I'm a resident of Garneau, and I'm going to read portions of 2 letters of support for the Garneau Community's position. The first letter is from the Edmonton Heritage Council, which is, I believe it'll be up on the screen. It was sent to City Council and copied to City Administration. There it is. Thank you. The Edmonton Heritage Council is supportive of further engagement with the Garneau Community League's position on development in Garneau in seeking an amendment to the Scona District Plan. The Garneau Community League has undertaken a thoughtful and thorough process that recognizes the importance of densification and housing development, balanced with the need for more protection of the neighborhood's character and continuity. We are impressed with the constructive insight and suggestions in this consultation from those who are invested in the community. Particularly in heritage resource-rich neighborhoods such as Garneau, we believe there is merit in site-specific approaches to development that considers the conservation and context of existing designated properties and properties identified on the inventory of historic resources. As was raised by the zoning bylaw change, certain neighborhoods require a more detailed and considered approach to recognize heritage resources and to encourage preservation of key resources that connect and attract people to the neighborhood. Garneau is a preeminent Edmonton neighborhood in this regard. We also support the desire of the Garneau Community League for design requirements of new development to consider and address the heritage context of their neighborhood, including incentives to incorporate reuse and adaptation of buildings that are still within their usable life. Thank you for your consideration on this important matter. Sincerely, David Ridley, Executive Director of the Edmonton Heritage Council. I also have a second letter I'm going to read from the Edmonton Historical Board. This one's not on the screen. It'll be a little quicker. As a mature neighborhood and a neighbor of the University of Alberta, Garneau has long been affected by development pressures. We believe the city's new district plans should do more to protect the unique heritage areas, including in Garneau. Garneau is a unique and popular neighborhood that is a destination for Edmontonians at large. The Community League has a proposal to temper the effects that the new district plan would have on their community. It is a well thought out and thorough proposal with site-specific approaches, which would support the preservation of identified historic properties. The request to protect a mere third of the neighborhood that contains these resources is reasonable. The Edmonton Historical Board strongly supports the Garneau Community League's request. Sincerely, Steve Reese, Chair of the Edmonton Historical Board. Thank you.
Thank you. We next have Jesse Sonef.
Hello. Okay, I've got a slide as well for you that can get brought up, please.
Yep, it's there.
Yeah.
We're ready to go when you are.
Excellent. Okay, so first slide, please. Right. So, so I just wanted to kind of address a bit of a misnomer that I keep hearing brought up about the density. The RS zone allows for considerably more density than previous zones, and I think that's probably resulted in this misunderstanding. But the actual per capita, the population density that could be achieved on this lot would actually not be significantly different if it was upzoned. So I think that, the argument to increase density and we need that we need to rezone to increase that is just completely out to lunch. So there's no population density difference with the new zoning, or very little, if any. This specifically makes sense on this lot because due to the setbacks in the RSM and RM zones, there's just very little difference to the amount of people. So I've made that little illustration. You could currently put 5 units on the RS zone. Each of those units would be in around 1,300 to 1,400 square feet. That's more than enough square footage for a reasonable 3-bedroom unit. You could have 15 people living on this lot with the current zoning. It's just completely unnecessary to change it. If you had 15 1-bedroom units, it would be a considerably larger building because you need all that extra space for circulation and for stairwells, but you wouldn't really increase the population density. You'd just disrupt the neighborhood more. Next slide, please. So this next slide is just regarding the financial aspect of it. So if there's no difference to the population density, people might wonder, why would a developer want to go through the trouble of rezoning this lot? Well, there's one reason. The average rent per person is highest for 1-bedroom and studio apartments. That's it. It's the only reason. There's no increased potential for population density. It's not to make it nicer. It's only more profitable. That's the only reason. So the University of Alberta Student Union stated in a council session that their student body is most badly missing 3-bedroom housing where students can live in a family-style unit with their roommates, their friends. The Garneau Community League is desperately missing 3-bedroom units where families can live. And Edmonton in general is most badly missing 3-bedroom units. I think it's inappropriate for a city council to allow this rezoning because it undermines affordability. Next slide, please. So this is something that I've talked about before as well. Just the monolithic housing type of 1-bedroom and studio apartments that's really pervasive in the university area is exclusionary. And what I mean by that is, it works great for a student. Actually, it doesn't even work that great for a student. It works mediocre for a student. But as that student, finishes their degree and wants to maybe move on to something else, and they have, maybe they meet a significant other or start a family or whatever, they basically will grow out of that 1-bedroom or studio like real quick. So it just causes a transient population that is unnecessary. A lot of folks move out of Garneau against their will. Like they'd love to just stay, but there's nowhere for them to live as their life needs change. So this illustration I've got up here just kind of shows, if you have a 1,300 or 1,400 square foot place, like I mentioned, you could fit 5 of those on this lot under the current zone. It just allows a lot more space for flexibility. So someone might move to Garneau, maybe from overseas as a student, and they can stay. They can stay and they can become embedded in our community and become a valuable member of our community rather than, immediately being forced out when they finish their degree because, they want to move on with their life. So this just allows housing that's flexible. You can have families in it, you can have pets in it, and it allows for people to grow in place. Yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you. We'll go next to Steph Neufeld.
Hello. I also have a slide deck that I'll wait for. I'm waiting for it. Yeah, perfect. Thanks. Sorry about my voice. I was at the Oilers game yesterday, and I got that last goal because I screamed so loud. I swear. It was awesome. So as president of the Community League, I hear a lot of opinions on rezoning, and we try to essentially balance that as we look at what Garneau provides as a community as a whole. We represent students, we represent families, we represent seniors, and we represent people who are looking for supportive housing. So when we look at these sorts of examples of the spot zoning, we try to look at it, well, what does our community really need? And what is a community? What gives it that vibrancy where people want to live there and people want to stay there? And then we look at a lot of demographics. We look at, okay, like how many kids do we have? How many people are living there permanently? So 5 years. And we look at census data for this. And we say, okay, here, we don't have a lot of kids, and then we look at the schools, and we say, okay, what are the schools doing? How many kids are actually from Garneau? How many people are traveling there? And then we look at other things, how people feel. Are they safe in their communities? Do they feel that sense of place? And all the things that are just quintessential for community building. Why we live there, why we stay there, and why we want to invest there. And so when we oppose something, we don't do so lightly. We do so with the intention that we do need to balance these multiple objectives. The Garneau Community League supports City Plan, has always supported City Plan, supports District Plan, and wants our community to grow. The current zoning will allow growing out Garneau to about 25,000 people. That is a big change, and that's a lot of change, and we welcome it. We see along 109th, you can develop up and down 109th and within our residential communities. But what we also see is this small scale housing typology is decreasing, and we are losing these opportunities. I think Jesse gave a really good example. We would love to see a 4 and 5 unit adaptable housing, 2 to 3 bedrooms in this house. It could provide real affordability for families who are trying to live in that neighborhood, who don't want to buy a single family house, or maybe that's not the place they want to live. You could live in a more communal style. It's an adaptable housing choice. So when we talk about, these sorts of things, we look at some of the other outcomes of City Plan, and I have some of them out here, we are telling you that this is a lifeblood of our community. We have these small residential areas where most of our permanent residents live. We only have 25% permanent residents who stay for 5 years or more, and they live in these places because there's permanency in there. And that provides community sustainability and vibrancy while allowing other people. Next slide. So Garneau, if you look at the light blue, that is RS zoning. We don't have a lot of RS zoning left in Garneau. It's about 30% of the neighborhood. We are a dense community. We actually are the densest community in Edmonton, but we are missing 3 bedrooms. I think we've heard that a lot. we're missing this small scale ground accessible. So if you have kids and you want to send them outside, you want to be able to call them back in and still be productive in your house, that they're playing in a safe spot. So this is sort of what we're missing in Garneau, and we're hearing this for families at the school. We want to stay in your neighborhood, but there's no place where we can actually live. Often we get outbid by developers who are coming in and paying a lot more for properties than families can afford. So we're really missing this missing middle, and it's underdeveloped in Garneau. Next slide. Next slide. So we were asked last time how many are designated heritage. So since that time, the greens are inventoried or applied. A very unique feature is the little star there. It's on the top 10 heritage homes in Canada. So is Green Gables and this house. So it's a pretty unique neighborhood and area. And the ones that are not in green there, one person owns 2 houses and recently passed away, unfortunately, and the other 2 are provided for student housing who are living in our community. So it's a really unique area in that. And last slide. So we really want to say that, you know, in city plan, we are talking about not spot zoning. We don't want to preserve single family houses. And schools as indicators, we know that very well. So we want to preserve what matters most, and we're telling you these areas matter most to us. They're the lifeblood of our community.
Thank you. Next is Angeli Varghese.
I also have a slide deck, so I'll just wait for that. Hello, my name is Angeli Varghese, and I'm the Planning Committee Chair for the Garneau Community League. Next slide. We want you to say no to today's rezoning because we believe we can do better. In fact, the city plan requires that we do better. Next slide. The city plan says, Edmontonians often identify with the city through their street or block, neighborhood or community. We agree. Next slide. The city plan is an invitation to join in building a version of our city that respects and preserves the things we value today, while also creating a city to attract and inspire its next million residents. We agree. Next slide. The city plan tells us to promote history and encourage a sense of local identity by preserving and enhancing heritage. We agree. Next slide. Our community supported the city plan because it offered an idea: keep the best and make the rest even better. We thought it could help address the issues we see in our neighborhood, things like land speculation, which has led to countless derelict properties. Next slide. Vacant lots. Next slide. And underutilized sites. Next slide. And yet today we're talking about this. This is what we're told we need to fix in Garneau, one of our most intact heritage streets. We are told that this is what the city plan is really about. Next slide. We are told that the slivers of small-scale residential housing, much of which are heritage houses, is the problem. Next slide. But we understand that you care about housing, but we believe that it's possible to care about more than one thing at once. We believe we can care about density and housing and affordability, but also care about heritage and diversity. In fact, the city plan directs us to care about all of those things at the same time. It doesn't prioritize one over another. So if we and the city plan care about all of these things, wouldn't we, in an ideal world, find a solution to get us all of these things? Next slide. The good news is the city plan and the district policy explicitly identify the tools needed to solve this problem. The Garneau Community League is planning to bring forward an application to amend the Scona District Plan. We will be proposing an area-specific policy to reflect heritage resources and provide additional policy direction. Next slide. To quote the district policy, we want sympathetic architecture and design features adjacent to our heritage places. Next slide. We want to ensure that our neighborhood continues to be a desirable place to live across many generations, with housing options that are suitable for long-term residents and multi-person households. Next slide. Our plan amendment will ensure that we preserve what matters most to residents of Garneau: as the city plan said, our streets and our blocks, our neighborhood and community. We will follow the policy in the city plan and use the tools in the district policy. Next slide. But we know that council is focused on density, and we will make sure that we meet the city's density target of 250 people or jobs per hectare for major nodes within our neighborhood. Next slide. But you don't just have to take our word for it. We've engaged broadly. We've received numerous letters of support, all of which are included in your handout, including from other community leagues within the Scona District and the Scona District Community Council itself, which represents all of the neighborhoods in our district. We have support from several planning and design professionals and heritage groups, including the Edmonton Heritage Council, which, as Danielle read, recognizes our thoughtfulness and endorses a site-specific approach. Next slide. The Edmonton Historical Board also strongly supports our position, calling it well thought out and thorough. Next slide. And finally, I'll quote former Historical Board Chair Dan Rose. The inherent value of Garneau as a community and a place is more than just proximity to a post-secondary institution and an LRT stop. There are practical and reasonable locations to encourage sensible and appropriate development, but there is also a rich community fabric and a deep historical, and in Edmonton, an endangered architectural legacy that deserves your leadership and attention. Next slide. Next slide. Please say no today and say yes to a better future, one that honors our community and the values in the city plan, all without compromising our ability to welcome many, many more neighbors in Garneau. Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine Solis.
Good morning, Council. Scona District Community Council rarely weighs in when a rezoning in a neighborhood within the district is being considered. We do so only when other city plan priorities, in addition to adding density, are at play. Several years ago, for example, we raised concern about rezoning for higher density instead of preserving green space in Pleasantview. And of course, today we're dealing with this 89th Avenue property in Garneau. And it's of concern because it puts other important priorities at risk. Maintaining the full range of housing choices, including families with children within each neighborhood, and preserving heritage areas. We realize this rezoning application has some history and has been modified, but it's still problematic. The concerns raised can be generalized across the district and the city, although they are particularly acute in Garneau, given it's one of the oldest and densest neighborhoods in a major node. There's much that's positive about the district policy and the Scona plan, but such documents can be blunt instruments when more subtlety is called for in particular instances. There are a great many opportunities to add density to the Garneau neighborhood, which is already the densest in the city on a population per hectare basis, without upzoning a mid-block property on this street. This isn't just any street, as others have already said. It has considerable heritage significance, and this is recognized in some detail in the planning report and needs to be taken into account. We suggest Council take a step back and consider providing heritage protection as recommended by Garneau Community League, rather than further jeopardizing heritage by approving this mid-block upzoning. The current zoning on this block makes it easier to develop more family-friendly housing forms, as you've already heard, to maintain a full range of housing types in Garneau for all ages and stages, including university students, young families, empty nesters, and seniors. Even so, a specific family-friendly zone may be needed for neighborhoods like Garneau, where already 90% of housing units are in 4-story or taller buildings. A group of students can live in a house, duplex, or row house, as well as a family can. These are flexible, ground-oriented housing forms, but a family can't live in a building full of micro-suites. Please turn down this rezoning and consider revising the Scona plan to expand the Garneau Heritage Area to include this block, develop a family-oriented small-scale zone to apply to some parts of neighborhoods like Garneau to maintain a critical mass of ground-oriented housing forms for families with children in high-density areas. Thank you for considering this input.
Thank you. We have one more speaker, but before we go to them, I just wanted to welcome our visitors joining us today in Chambers. This is another grade 6 class from Rutherford School with Ms. Helgeson in Ward Mate T. So your city councillor is Ashley Salvador. Are you here for the morning? Yeah. Great. And are you doing a mock city council, or have you done a mock city council? Okay, well, who was the mayor for that? Would you like to come down and tell us about your debate? You can come down here. Fair enough. Were you debating free transit for Edmontonians? Oh, that's a great idea. So biodiversity, using different ways to manage mosquitoes. And so what did you all decide? That's great. 8 to 5 to use more natural resources as opposed to chemicals. Well, thank you so much for sharing that, and hope you enjoy the rest of your morning here. Great, so we have our last speaker is Sherry Heschuk.
Councillor Stevenson, that speaker is for the next item.
Oh, apologies. Okay, well then we are concluded with our speakers. We'll go now to questions of those speakers. Councillor Knack, I think you pulled the item?
No, Janice.
I was looking at you and said his name. Councillor Dance.
Do you want to? Yeah, same haircut.
Councillor Dance, apologies.
Do you want to go first? Or,
yeah,
okay,
you selected the item.
Okay, thank
to you.
Yeah, I had a few questions that honestly other speakers answered as we continued. The only one that I was a little unclear on, if I may, is going back to Professor Lamontagne. So I just want to be very clear what your position was, because you said you're here not about this rezoning, you're here about the broader concept. So could you elaborate? I just want to get your position there.
I'm here about this rezoning.
Okay.
Not because of the specifics of the project, but broadly the question of spot zoning as you're already going through all this other planning work. So opposed to the rezoning, but not because of the specifics of the project, for the fact that it's a spot rezoning.
So you registered in opposition, which I am inferring means you would like to keep the property as the RS, not as the upzoning to the proposed.
That is correct.
Okay. Is there a now? I'm not aware. Like when we talk about some of this heritage work around this idea of the heritage street and everything else, I don't have the details. But are you familiar with in Westmount there is a designated heritage street?
Yes.
Could you put your mic on and tell us more about that and your thoughts?
So I'm trying to remember, it's 125, if I remember correctly, 125th Street, which does have an abundance of heritage homes, as does the street. So they've added a layer of design requirements, design considerations, which are currently lacking, I believe, in the Garneau area. Don't particularly love that one because it's very specific on physical character bits and pieces. It's not bad though, it could be evolved. Again, we want to look, it takes a very literal approach. In this case, it's the rhythm of the street, it's a bunch of things, as well as the things you've heard from other folks about. So one of the things I'm very much looking forward to in the Heritage Places strategy is the consideration of that approach. So before that comes into place, I do think, that's why I'm not quite comfortable. That's why I'm speaking in opposition of this specific spot zoning.
Okay, that's helpful. And again, thank you to all the speakers. I think you I think I got all of my other questions answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the real Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Thanks everyone for being here today. Just because you just said it, Mr. Lamontagne, I want to come back first. We get a lot of public hearings where people use the term spot rezoning. And I don't mean to be nitpicky, but I do want to ask you because you've raised it. To me, spot rezoning is something that is not aligned with any type of plan and it is looking to take something that says this is what we're supposed to do. We're looking to do something entirely different. What I've heard today is that this is generally aligned with some of our plans and some of our guidelines, but there's also some commentary around aspects of the plan of that might not be aligned. So I guess I just want to dig into that. It feels a bit nitpicky, but I also hear it comes up so many times, and I wanted to get your thought. Is this really a spot rezoning, or is this a rezoning that is in alignment with parts of our plan and maybe not in alignment with other parts of our plan?
That's a very niche question. I appreciate it. Thank you very much,
That's my
Councillor.
specialty during public hearings.
As someone who's often had to make the case for that same reason, well, technically, this isn't a spot rezoning because it follows some higher level policy. And that distinction between an individual property rezoning that fits a broader policy, not spot, just general rezoning, versus randomness. Now here I would love to get insight. I'm struggling to see that higher policy, other than just broadly city plan, broadly nodes and corridors, and broadly district plan. And even, like I say, so if this was something we are looking at through the priority growth rezoning process, PGA process, go, yeah, it's a little ahead of the scheme, but it fits within this broader one, and it fits all these policy agendas. I wouldn't necessarily call it a spot rezoning. I might call it a bespoke zoning. Although in this one is a standard. But here I'm like, oh, this is a pretty big gap. And a lot of the work, in my estimation, seems to be kind of rubbing against it. And so that's why I'm calling it a spot zoning.
Okay, I appreciate that. Mr. Jake, are you still on the line? I think so. Can you unmute if you were there? Yes, there you are. I wanted to ask you the question about, and I appreciate you're not in the area, but you have come to many of our public hearings to speak in favor of rezonings. This is, I think, the first one I've had you register in opposition. When you look at the, because again, I'm going to look at things like the district plans, which has identified this area as a major node. Do you feel that this area, or is it this block that is an issue for you, or is it this entire area that is an issue? Essentially, I'm trying to get a sense of, do you believe that this shouldn't have been identified in a major node?
Yes, that's right. So it is, of course, in close proximity to that. Yeah. But as has been said, with the heritage preservation strategy and all that coming out, I think that's a good opportunity for it. But basically, I think this entire street is just very historical and has a lot of heritage value. And while like 12 meters and larger setbacks may not seem like a huge amount, I think it does set a bad precedent for this area, and I don't think there's a need to rush into it here.
Okay. I'm gonna put you on the spot for fun here, just because that's what we're doing. If this was a block south, north, do you feel you would have the same opinion, or is it truly the uniqueness of the heritage, the number of heritage homes on this specific block in your mind?
Yeah, it is on this specific block, though I should note I would support something on a corner lot on the street, but I think it's just a little too much all at once to kind of start that in the middle of the block, and especially, like I said, with many vacant lots along 109th Street and within the neighborhood as well. But just because, I know we are in a housing crisis, we need more homes for people, including students and families. And Garneau as a whole is a great area to do this. And, with places like in Wickwentwin, we see lots of density that is next to historical buildings that may or may not have that heritage protection at the moment. But I think there is value in the streetscape in this particular context. Or at least that there should be consideration for that, and perhaps pausing this until the heritage strategy or whatever admin's specifically working on there is able to come out, so we can make a fully informed decision on that.
Thank you. I'll have more questions from our folks from the community leagues, but I have to come back around.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. And I echo my colleagues' sentiments of appreciate you being here again. It's a lot, but I think we're bringing up and showing up a lot of really rich conversations, so it is appreciated. I think one thing I'm trying to square is there's sort of two parallel conversations. One is around this heritage piece and then one is around sort of how we build and where we build and all of those. Is that fair to say? I'm gonna go maybe to the chair of the community league, there's sort of two.
Yes, and that's why it's complex and
Yeah.
confusing. Yeah.
Yeah, so I want to start with the heritage one, because that's that one I'm really struggling with, because as of right, this is already zoned RS. They already have the ability, that property owner already has the ability to demolish this house and build up to any of the developmental rights within the RS zone. So the decision before us today doesn't actually save the heritage piece, like that bigger conversation on heritage. So I don't know if who so I see somebody raise their hand. Jesse, would you like to chat? Yes, please. Anybody? You know, just
Yeah.
Thank
so
you.
I do have something to say on that.
Perfect. Please go ahead.
You're totally correct. However, there's an important piece that I think you're missing, which is just that the current RS zone incentivizes, even if it was to be demolished and developed to its maximum, which was like my assumption in my presentation, the limitations that are in the RS zone still incentivize a housing typology that is more in keeping
And that's
with
that's
the
the
block.
how, that's the other piece that I'm trying to parse out. So I'm just trying to separate the two to get them clear in my mind. Your presentation was great, very clear. I'm just trying to understand. So like, because again,
Could
before.
I think I could speak to that.
Yeah.
So you're right, the RS zone itself does not address heritage specifically, and this is why we're now proposing that we amend the district plan, because we do think
Yeah.
some sort of area-specific policy, and we're okay with the RS in terms of scale, but we do think there should be some policy in place to ensure that sympathetic design.
Okay.
And obviously, that's not being resolved today. Today, we're just here to talk about the rezoning, but this is what we think is a longer-term solution to this problem.
Yeah, and I'm going to put you a bit on the spot because I know your day job. So what I'm hearing is sort of with the heritage piece, that envisionment of like, we can still build new, but we can still honor the history.
That's right. And I mean, I think in an ideal world, we would preserve more houses. And like since the last public hearing, a bunch of people have come forward to put their houses on inventory, which is amazing. But the reality is there are houses that are falling apart. A lot of them have been rentals for years, and that's the case with this one, as far as we understand. So if we are tearing down houses that have had heritage value, then surely we should be replacing them with something that also has value and adds and contributes to the overall heritage character.
Okay, and then I did want to just follow up with you since your mic is already on, because you said something about the derelict properties, and I just wanted to kind of confirm, because this is one thing that I actually think the changes to district plan and the zoning bylaw have actually has actually improved the situation around derelict properties. But the way your presentation, I kind of understood that you were equating some of these new policies as actually making people hold and create derelict properties. So can you just clarify that for me?
Sure. I think it's two things. One, Garneau has long had this problem because we've just had land speculation. We literally have lots and blocks that have been sitting around, some of them for decades. Some of them have been rezoned, upzoned with, the promise of some new buildings, and then they just end up sitting. We are concerned that with the district planning and the city plan and priority growth area, we're just going to see the continuation of that, because it encourages people to hold on to properties for longer. Sometimes people just buy things because their kids went to school and they're just sitting on these properties. It encourages people to sit on things longer. And then if we're now going to start rezoning a bunch of properties that are not these vacant lots that we'd like to see redeveloped, it's also taking pressure off of, that development pressure off of, the stuff where we really want to see development. Like I can say, we would love to see these places redeveloped. So it is really hard for us to understand that, hey, we're going to rezone some of the stuff that functions, that has a value for the whole city, while we have, we should do a calculation on this, on acres and acres of vacant land in our neighborhood. That is one of the entrances into our city. This should be one of the most beautiful, amazing streets in our city, and it's not.
Just mindful of my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Thank you all the speakers, and I come to the chamber. I specifically heard it's lots of effort and for you to come here to speak. I do have a few follow-up questions for the Garno. And then when I was a visiting professor at U of A, I walked in that area lots. So there actually I have emotionally touched and to my heart and for how the development pressure I heard from speakers today and in that area. So my first question goes to Janet. And we talk about, I know I heard you say that it's not easy come to here, take lots of effort. So from your perspective, is there any engagement approach could be changed and make it sure and our residents in that neighborhood be engaged properly and then for certain sense and you don't need to come to here and to speak takes this much effort. So I heard the concern about the engagement is not sufficient. You still have concern. Is there any way we could make that improvement?
It's difficult. It's difficult to improve engagement. You need to have people that are willing to come and talk in person. I think that's what. It's all very well to write letters, but I find that I don't think that letters being written may not necessarily get read because you receive an astounding number of letters about many different things here for council. But we need to realize that we're heard. When we go to these public hearings, we need to realize that we've made a lot of effort to come here, that we need to be recognized as having an opinion about where we live. And for example, we've done these hearings. We had a hearing at the City Arts Center. We talked about public engagement at the university. We go to these things, and yet the same thing keeps on happening. This is the third time that we've had to come back to talk about this, and it's tiring. It takes a lot of effort to get here. I've done it locally. I've done it internationally. I did it before I flew back from England, and it means a lot to me to be here today. That's why I'm here. But we need to engage more people. And the thing is that people that live in the neighborhood permanently care about what we do. If we have renters and lovely people who provide vibrancy and everything like that, but unfortunately, that's the areas where you have the weeds. That's the area where they don't shovel their sidewalks and things like that. We need to engage. We try to engage the new people that come in at our rental units and everything like that. They might come to the block party, but then you never see them again. We need people to engage, and that's what the Garno Community League is doing. It's engaging very vibrantly with everybody. We have all sorts of block parties. We have seniors yoga. We do all sorts of wonderful things, and it's because of the great leadership that we have at the Community League. But we need to be able to engage the rentals, and if you can sign us to becoming a rental commitment, I can see us becoming a tenement where these, the tumbleweeds blow down between April and September when the students come back. Don't turn us into just strictly a rental market. We need people to live there, even if it's just 25%. We will be there.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for the engagement piece. I do have another question to the Community League. So, Mr. Salif and Jesse, are you there?
Yep, I am here.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the presentation you presented, and it's really data-based. I want to get to that affordability piece and in your presentation. Based on that information, what I heard is actually changes only does not support that affordability and even make more expensive for the student. That's right. Is that my understanding? So do you say just only for this rezoning, or do you say generally speaking rezoning in the university area and with could be the same results or same outcome for this type of change in rezoning?
Yeah, so like specifically this lot, the math I did is specifically for this lot, although I would also say that in general, 3-bedroom units are almost always going to be more affordable.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks very much.
I can come back. Yeah.
Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks again to all the speakers for coming out today and sharing their perspectives. I was interested in some of the lines of questioning that Councillor Knack was bringing up and the conversation with Speaker Lamontagne just about, the language of spot rezoning. And I guess I really wanted to hone in, what specifically have you identified as being policy misaligned with this application? Or am I hearing that it is policy aligned, but there's a desire to change policy?
I think I'm struggling to see where the policy supports this rezoning specifically. Understanding that that the city's also going through the PGA process in the area. So my concern is when you're doing these I actually use the term random rezoning, prior to completing that plan. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, it just raises concerns and you have to move carefully and cautiously. In the past, when I worked as a practitioner, we would tend to kind of freeze rezonings while we're doing that work. And in this case, I'm hopefully let me know where that strong policy direction is. So even if I take a step back and go where I see, so if you broadly say we are looking to expand housing choices, we're looking to effectuate evolution of neighborhoods, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, is that enough policy for this level of consideration? You have more experience in this city than I do on that. But yeah, that's where I struggle. Okay. But if we have, like I said, we want to incentivize rental housing by encouraging rezonings that provide this type of housing. Like, okay, that's a stronger policy base. That's clear in my mind. That's my take.
Okay, well, I appreciate your thoughts. I guess I would, I come back to even our highest level policy guidance within city plan and direction around, major nodes and corridors to see low and mid-rise development. So I think that's kind of the base, but I guess I'm hearing you are looking for more granular detail, and you're feeling that that's not provided in the district plans?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, that's interesting. Well, thank you. I also just wanted to come back to some of the questions around land speculation. I apologize. Who had brought up the land speculation piece? I think
I was one of them.
Okay, that's awesome. So I guess I just wanted to check in to make sure that you were aware of some of the work that council has directed on vacant land in particular. Fairly recently, there was a motion around bringing back options to address vacant, unimproved residential and non-residential properties, looking at policy tools, tax mechanisms, subclassing, specifically to discourage speculative land holdings. Just to make sure
we're very happy about that. Yes, okay. Absolutely.
Good. That's good to know. You know what? I think that clarifies a few of the gaps that I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Next to Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. So, Mr. Warden? Yeah, so you're asking why must council be convinced to stand by the decision to administration's approval or your disapproval. And I was just wondering if you understood that council doesn't ask for these items and administration doesn't seek out these items. The developer makes an application and then we must hear it, which is why we're here. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so that would be the answer to your question there. That's why we're here. So next, understanding that, I'm just wondering, because it's a lot of emotion, and that makes a lot of sense. This is like the place that people call home. And so in this process, I'm just wondering like what the perspective you might hold is on what we're doing here, really. Just because I want people to understand, or if they have that question, like, why do we have to keep coming back to this? It's because the application was made. Does that make sense?
I think my question is more, and as a lay person, just living in the neighborhood, it's more challenging for me from the sense that there were city planning and all these district plans and all these considerations taken. And certain decisions were made, based on my understanding, a year ago having to do with these plans that allowed this RS zoning. And now, as you said, here comes a developer that says, hey, I want to do something different. I want to upzone. And because this person had the liberty of buying this property, 2 days later, listing it for $90,000 more, not being successful, it seems like another play by putting this application in to try to make more money.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we're not allowed to consider that aspect of it. We can only consider
Okay, but as a layperson, living in the neighborhood, I then wonder, why is council even looking at this or not considering it simply because that was done a year ago regarding your
because we're
district
bound by
plans
law.
and so on.
That's the
And
answer. We're
therefore,
bound by law
they
to do
apply,
so.
the person applies, and it should be, in my opinion, as a layperson, rejected just based on, hey, we looked at this a
Right,
year ago.
and so that's what we're debating, right? So, now, I think you understand we're bound by law to hear this, so that's why we're here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. And I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. The RS is the standard, so this is the application to upzone, but if council says no, then it just reverts right back to RS.
Which is what we're hoping you
Yeah,
do.
okay. I just want to make sure that's clear. And then one last question. Has it ever, and I don't know if any communities have ever done this, but neighbors talking to neighbors and saying, you know, we understand that eventually you might move out or sell or not be able to maintain the house. Is there a way that we can all sort of get together and make sure that who we're selling to is just another family? Has that ever been a conversation? Like, I have no idea, because if there's a desire from the community to preserve the heritage, the community can do something about that instead of waiting for the long process of the municipal development of policies and procedures. So I'm just curious about that.
Well, the property didn't even hit the market. We inquired about that property and would have considered buying it. As a matter of fact, I wanted to go on record and say, tell the developer I'll pay him what he bought it for. Because we did not have the opportunity. We called the realtor in order to find out so that we could have some input or be in control of what goes there. We did not have the opportunity.
Okay, so that might be a matter of literally like neighbors talking to neighbors at that point.
I could answer that if you would let me.
Yeah, really quick.
Oh, yeah.
I'm out
Okay,
of
20
time. I
seconds.
got 20 seconds.
20 seconds, yes. We have a private home registry that we're starting where neighbors can talk to neighbors and developers in good standing can apply. We do that all the time in our neighborhood, and so we're really working on that, and it's really, really effective. So yes, we've considered that. We've also, no more talking.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
If you want to finish that thought.
Yeah, we've also talked about a restrictive covenant. The Community League, previous to my tenure with it, had considered that. We thought it was much too restrictive, and we really wanted to work with the city to kind of develop our neighborhood. So that is still, it's been written just in terms of getting neighbors to sign on to that, but we'd like to do it, without putting, those undue stresses onto the neighbors.
Yeah, I think, I would have agreed with your previous league that tools like that, well, it's nice in concept, in reality, and we've had some of that in the city that's actually put more challenges, but appreciate some of that context. I guess sort of in a similar, I had a similar sort of line of questions, Councillor Paquette, to Spencer. If you're still there, I think you're still online. Yeah, thanks for sharing your perspective and a number of photos about where you think cities should be focusing densification on. And I'm gathering you're talking about
lots of vacant lots, parking lots around the neighborhood, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that, yes, the city needs to grow. It can grow in all of those places except here. Is that what I'm hearing as well?
I'm not saying the city can't grow in Garneau, but I believe that the priority of the city should be trying to fill the numerous vacant lots throughout the city or numerous parking lots that provide little to no value.
Right. If those property owners decide that they want to rezone and they bring forward an application, absolutely. So I just wanted to put that out there. But thanks for that. Wanted to come back to you, Neil. You've been on the hot seat a lot today. I think I got most of, a lot of the others have asked similar questions. I want to come back to the Westmount Heritage Road that you talked about, that it could be a tool for this neighborhood, but you don't love that one because it's so much focused around the physical heritage of buildings, which is what I'm kind of hearing, the definition of heritage that we're talking about today. Like, so then what, in your opinion, would be the appropriate thing to focus on for something like that?
So in the case, and I have to be careful because I have a slide on this in my lecture in case there's any students listening. I have to be precise here. So that one's really good in terms of recognizing established existing physical character. My critique of it is the new infill build also has to follow those same types of very specific aspects, and you end up with sort of it's actually uncontextual context. That doesn't quite make sense. But that the new buildings look fake old. And there's ways of fitting buildings into the rhythm of the area that is respectful, that follows, that understands the logic of it, but isn't cut and pasty. And you see this more sort of dramatically. And let's say, look at a U of A campus, the Dent Farm building, where we have a heritage building, we put a glass box on it. Right? We could debate the specifics, but the idea is that the contemporary looks contemporary and the heritage is heritage. So you can keep the envelopes in various ways, the ways that the buildings are structured, the general massing, and various aspects of it without necessarily saying, well, you have to have eaves and dormers and yabba, yabba, yabba. And I think the Westmount one, which makes sense, it was a product of its time, takes too much of that approach, and that heads my critique.
Yeah, I mean, just, in the past, I quite like that approach personally, but I guess I'm also just curious, though, if you just keep the envelope, and isn't that a form of RC?
Yeah, I mean, you say you are doing, doing physical character of the building, but you're doing it in a more open, contemporary way, so that the neighborhood's evolving, as well as keeping that sort of that field experience of the street as much as the specifics of the heritage buildings themselves.
Interesting. And then finally, Anjali, I just want to understand something properly. In your slide deck, the last slide, when you said, this is something worth preserving, the house that you showed, which looked like it had a kind of a lane access, that's not the house we're talking about, right?
No, that's the end house on the street.
Okay.
That was just named one of Canada's 10 or 8 best heritage houses.
Yeah, because absolutely, we should be. I mean, it's a beautiful house, so we should be preserving that. Okay, thank you.
Do you want to move a second round, Councillor?
Sure, second round.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm also yes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Thank you. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Thank you. I'm going to turn the chair to Councillor Jans as I need to excuse myself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On to round 3, right? Two. Okay, Councillor Knack.
Not always 3 rounds. So I want to just ask from the community league perspective. So I'm intrigued in this idea of a community league-led plan amendment. So you talked a little bit about it, but I don't feel I got enough. I want you to help me understand what that's going to look like. I'm here. You want to meet the density targets. What's the process you're going through now?
Yeah, exactly. So I think what we want to do is come up with a comprehensive solution. And as we've talked about today, you know, waiting for the city to go through this process is, you know, even the Heritage Places strategy is going to take us a year. So what we're proposing is that we would bring forward a plan amendment that would create an area-specific policy that could do something like create a heritage character area. These are things that are explicitly named in the district policy, explicitly for heritage, as well as other things. We could also look at how could we make, so there's kind of two issues, two major concerns that we have in Garneau. One is heritage character, and the other that relate to our small-scale residential. And the other one is we're losing housing units with 3 or more bedrooms that are usable by long-term residents or multi-person households. So we're proposing that we would make an application to amend the district plan to create area-specific policy that would address these two issues. It would not preclude us from still meeting the density targets. This is just a small area within the entire Garneau area. We would still absolutely meet the 250 people or jobs per hectare within our neighborhood itself. And so like we're committed to doing that. I think in Garneau, we are an incredibly dense and diverse neighborhood. I think we value that. We know a lot of the things we have, like the Sugar Bowl and the Metro, all of these things exist because we have such a dense and diverse neighborhood, and we want to keep those things. We want to keep the things that make our neighborhood special, and we're happy to have more people live in our neighborhood. We're happy to have more development. We just think that there are appropriate places for it that don't have to take away something that, you know, we've inherited. Again, this is what the city plan speaks to. Like we keep the things that matter to us. We keep the things that have value to the whole city. I mean, Garneau is a destination neighborhood within the city. People don't come to Garneau because there's high rises. They come there because of the heritage character and the small businesses that largely work out of heritage buildings that could not survive in new builds because the rent would be too high. So we want to preserve what's best about Garneau, and we think we can do this through a plan amendment that follows fully what the district policy allows for and explicitly names. And we can do that while also ensuring, you know, we are very committed to, we have a lot of we see a lot of homelessness in our neighborhood, so we understand and we want to see people housed. We really, really are happy to house more people in Garneau. We just think there are appropriate locations for it, and we're not lacking in, again, there's so much available land, we're not lacking in those spaces, so why not focus on those areas first, and then also ensure that we're preserving what matters to us, and ensures that we have a community that is diverse. That, like, diversity means something different in Garneau than it does in the rest of the city. Most of the rest of the city is largely single family. That is not the case in Garneau. And sorry, and we're not asking for single family, we're asking for small scale.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, so thank you for that context. So essentially, you're going through a plan amendment process right now. I imagine you're working with sort of like each individual property owner then on those RS. So like, is that, or like, how does that look?
Okay, so we haven't started this process
Okay,
yet.
sorry, we're just getting there.
We need to discuss it with our community, but our intent would be to engage very broadly with our community on each block and ensure that for each block that we put in consideration for the specific area policy, that we have broad support from those blocks. We would not include anyone that is not interested in being included.
That's that's what we're gonna make, because it's not, while this isn't quite a restrictive covenant, it moves an inch in that direction, and so that you would be wanting to make sure you've got sort
it would
of the
still
sign
be
off.
an equivalent zone to RS in terms of development capacity. It's literally adding some design requirements related to both architecture as well as.
So more like the Westmount architectural piece than that's helpful context for me. I know you haven't started, so like, do you have a timeline out of curiosity? What's your goal? Do you have a goal on this one?
Well, I think our goal is as soon as possible because we're worried about, like, you guys don't want to hear from us anymore. We don't want to be here. We spent a lot of energy on this, so we haven't been able to focus on the bigger picture. I think, as you know, as everyone has pointed out, people buy properties and they come, and anyone can ask for a rezoning at any point. Development can happen even without rezonings.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to get
Thank you.
to the next speaker, Councillor Rice.
Thank you. Jesse, I would like to give the time for you to finish your answer and from my last question.
Yeah, sure. Right. So your last question
About
I'll focus on what
affordability.
Anjali was saying there. Yeah, right. In the 3-bedroom places are just more affordable, per person, right? This is everything I'm talking about is per capita, right? So, this when the student union president spoke, it was like, I don't know. For me, it was 4 council sessions ago. I don't know. For you guys, it's probably 40. But they said, "Hey, we're looking forward to the new RS zoning because we want more affordable housing," and they were just excited across the board. But what they weren't realizing is that, if what ends up happening is that it all gets upzoned, they're not going to have any more affordable housing. They're just going to have more of what they have already, and which is what they don't want. It's not very healthy living for people to just be isolated, and the students are not liking it, but they have no other options. So they're forced to pay high rent for 1-bedroom and studio places. 3-bedroom apartments are just more affordable per capita for students, but then they're also way more flexible for families.
So what I heard, and is specifically related to this site rezoning, so you would like to see it to keep RS instead of like RSM?
Yes.
And so why am I asking this question? And because in Garo area, the development, I try to get the consistent answer and from public perspective, because we usually heard the people say, why council approved that one and why council did not approve this one and with the same concept. So from your perspective, this RS and RSM, and then is in general, so RSM does not support that affordability piece. Is that
not here,
safe to say?
In this location, it does not support affordability at all. It
And is it in general in Garo area as well?
So if your lot size is considerably different, then that changes. If the lot size is large enough that you could build a large building that had 3-bedroom units,
so that's his size.
Then the zoning would be totally conducive to more affordable housing.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. I still have one more question to the professor. I'm sorry, and the professor, and you are here. And why am I asking question? And because this is the concept impact our decision here, and any rezoning and bylaw is based on city plan and guided by the district policy as well. And if we are discussing here today for this specific lot site, and then from that perspective, strategic level, policy level, and is there anything we need to go back to look at the district policy and to make some change in that policy and to avoid any future confusion or any future and public come back to keep discussing the same thing?
Thank you, Councillor, through the chair. So generally, I'm very supportive of what the community league's asking for, right? Which is to take a bit of a look for the neighborhood level. So yeah, I see like the district plan, the city plan has big, broad, sweeping policy that says in general we're supporting this, and this, right? So you can say, oh yeah, this fits that. But if we look a little closer and go, well, there's more specific planning happening, right? We want to support that coming through. I think, like I say, you want to be careful because you just say, well, then if everything can be, I should step back because no one's saying that. No one's saying anything goes. No one's really saying that. But I'd say, yeah, this is one that's kind of a little outside of that. Right? Okay. The PGA saying this area is the one we want to look at more closely. The community league saying I think we need a little more extra policy nuance and sophistication to make sure that future rezonings sort of add to that general area. So and this one, and again, not specifically of them, you start doing it multiples, this is where you start to
so what I heard here is a principle of guidance and from city plan and then district policy, you're okay. So we don't need to look at that piece. And we specifically consider the community perspective from that perspective and then how we implement the policy. So that is what I heard, right?
Well, and again, to echo the community league, city plan has a lot of things going on here, right? And some of it is intention in these places, and that's why I do think a careful approach is needed.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, time. Thank you. Okay, hearing no further speakers on the board, we now go to questions of administration. Please signify if you have any. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Rutherford will be on the board when it refreshes. Also, can I also, as it is 5 minutes to lunch, at 12, the lunch recess, we also have a hard legislated stop at 4 because it's election day. I would ask if if we can maybe confer if there's any items that we're not going to get to this afternoon, if we want to postpone those items before we break for recess, just so we can, and if we can do so. So maybe while Councillor Rutherford's talking, if we want to think about that, if there is, because then we can release people. So, Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I guess I'm wanting to get a better line of sight. You know, when we approved the district plans, you know, it was not changing or enhancing anything. It was not changing or enhancing anything. It was consolidating and existing statutory plans. But we've always talked about how we need to build on that, right?
That's correct, Councillor.
So I guess to administration, as you're hearing these tensions that we're grappling with, that are bigger than one specific site zone, but are part of this conversation, is there anything that we need to be giving administration guidance on to further that work sooner rather than later, based on some of the tensions you're seeing emerge in these hearings?
Yeah, and as you heard, the Heritage Places Plan or the Heritage Strategy is underway and coming back next year. But caution to that as well, that the scope of that was limited.
What is the scope?
So the scope is to look at heritage across the city, whether that's built, which is our current focus, natural as well as cultural. So it's an expansion of our existing understanding of heritage, and bringing in some of that equity perspective, because our understanding of heritage is very settler-based right now.
Yeah.
So whether or not heritage character areas are a part of that, I want to manage expectations that because we're looking at broader scope of heritage, what we're doing now may not be what we're doing later if we need to pay attention to other areas.
Yeah, okay. And then this is a tension that I feel because, so I guess what direction would you need from council to ensure that we're doing an equitable lens across the city on the built form pieces of some of these heritage places that might not have the Westmount overlay that currently exists?
Right, so, and council has had the question in front of them before about an expanded Heritage Places Plan. So in absence of that, if there is a specific neighborhood, like that direction, but it's budget and time. And so that's the conversation that council would need to have.
Okay. I'm going to think about that as potential subsequent. And then there was some comments from the speakers about, sort of this idea of public engagement. But they also said, is it my understanding that with the priority growth area discussion, this space was removed from that in reflection of public engagement?
So,
or am I not understanding that correctly?
This area was part of the PGAs originally, and through engagement, as well as the technical studies, there was pullback, and this was one of the areas that was pulled back. And the new maps were posted a couple weeks ago. And yes, so that's what's reflected.
But that was reflective of hearing.
Correct.
From
yes.
the community.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the decision before us today is essentially RS or RSM. And the thing we're leaning on is the district policy 2.5.2.6, right, where we may consider additional height.
No, we're just considering the fact that this is within the major node itself and the built forms that are permitted and expected.
But isn't that criteria, say, the major node and another criteria?
If it's within the major node, we can just consider the appropriate built forms that are suggested within the major node itself, which are low-rise and mid-rise built
But
forms.
then why is that one of the criterias as well for that may consider additional height?
If someone is considering additional height beyond, say, for example, 8 stories, we would then defer to that additional scale policy, which is what you're referring to.
Huh, okay,
And we can consider whether or not something is in a node or corridor as part of our analysis and consideration of that additional
okay,
scale.
so I think that there is something to unpack there as well, because I definitely, I'm gonna speak for myself, my intention with the district plan was not carte blanche on nodes and corridors. I understood that policy was, we will consider these things in the context of all of these criteria, including nodes and corridors.
So it depends on the node and corridor. So for major nodes, low-rise and mid-rise are supported everywhere. That's what the policy states. High-rise are supported with certain criteria, so whether that's 400 meters within a major a mass transit station or along an arterial. And then tall high-rise, there's criteria for that as well. So it's a scaled approach, and it depends on the type of node or corridor. But in
Okay.
this case, it's a major node.
Okay, that's confusing, thank you.
And thank you. We are at break. Before we do so, does administration want to make any suggestions on agenda management?
Currently on the list, there's the items, none of them have to be dealt with today. So looking at the agenda, one option is just to run with what we have and see how far we get.
All right. Okay. Well, we will, yes.
So because 3.14 and 3.17, there is no speakers against it, is that possible to just move forward?
We'll deal with that. We'll have that conversation after lunch. So yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. We are on recess. We are reconvening at 1:30. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We are live from the chamber.
Good afternoon. We'll call the meeting back to order with a roll call. Councillor Wright? Councillor Wright?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe?
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson? Councillor Paquette?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang? Councillor Hamilton?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford? Councillor,
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel? Councillor Rice?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans is here. Excellent. Okay, so clerk, remind me, we just finished, we were in questions of administration. Councillor Rutherford had just spoke. Councillor Salvador, you were on the board. Do you have any questions of administration? They were answered? Okay, does anyone else have questions of administration? Councillor Stevenson, I will hold the chair so you can ask questions of administration.
That was so well planned. Thank you, Councillor Jans. Yeah, I mean, I think there were a lot of questions, and maybe I can mainly speak to some of these. Just wanted to confirm, again, that these types of zonings are part of the plan, right? In terms of city plan, district planning, this is what we anticipate to see. It's not a deviation from what's intended.
Yeah, probably more in line with what was originally proposed, the RM H16 zone, but, you know, we're here in support of the RSM H12 as well.
Great. I think just in terms of the Heritage Program, again, I heard concerns that that program was really inaccessible or there were financial barriers. My understanding is that there are actually quite significant financial incentives.
Yes, there's incentives for both the rehabilitation of buildings as well as the maintenance every 5 years.
Okay. And I'm sorry to miss this detail. Can you remind me the difference in front setbacks between the RS zone and the proposed zone?
It would be 3 for the RSM and for RS 4.5.
Okay, perfect, thank you. I think that's all I have. I'll, thank you. I'll take the chair back.
Returned.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else on the board. Any questions coming out of new information? So that could be to our panelists or to administration. Any questions? Maybe I will ask a question. Sure, Councillor Tang.
Maybe a question for the applicant. I guess I'm just wondering, I mean, obviously you've been here many times, heard the debate multiple times. Can you just remind me why is it that the current RS zone would not work for whatever it is that your client intends to do? Or can they make it work?
Sure, yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Tang. So yeah, just to remind you, it's the biggest thing is a different build pocket, so larger build pocket and then greater density would be the two major differences between what we're looking at and what's existing.
I mean, given the debate, you know, if this rezoning isn't granted, like what would be the alternative?
We have no plan B, so that would be a discussion for tomorrow if we get there.
Like okay, because you would not, you would not necessarily consider what else you can do on an RS zone. This will remain kind of where it is for a foreseeable future until new direction comes forward from the applicant.
That's a good way of putting it, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing, excuse me, any further questions, so I'll look for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on closure of the public hearing.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried.
I'll move first round.
First reading, thank you.
Second.
Thank you.
First round, first reading, pardon me.
Great. Okay, at this point, I'll ask my colleagues, any colleagues who may wish to speak to this, to sign up.
Point of order, Councillor Stevenson. I am here. The vote was closed without me getting a chance to vote, which is fine. We don't need to go back, but I am here, just for the clerk.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cartmel. I will pass the chair to
Taken.
you, Councillor Cartmel. You're the mover of the motion.
Right. Rejected.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I just want to offer a few thoughts. I do think some important questions have been raised about how we redevelop in historic areas. I also think that I have, just general discomfort with smaller lot rezonings. For me, I'm not sure that they move the dial adequately in terms of the direction that we want to go. So I'm at this point not feeling highly inclined to support this, but of course we'll be listening closely to my colleagues. But I just want to take a moment to reflect on some of the real disappointments that I felt in this discourse. I appreciate the recognition that council is often faced with really difficult decisions, but I want to be clear that difficulty extends and is possibly even greater on our staff. We ask them to make very difficult recommendations on our behalf, and they're only able to use the tools that council provides them with. I think that this conversation has highlighted some space where we need to provide more tools to our administration to be able to weigh different considerations. But that is on council, that's not on our administration. They have repeatedly come forward with different opportunities for us to explore that work, and I just wanted to be very clear that that's not on them, and I think that they've done their best to balance a very challenging conversation. I'm also really disappointed with some of the comments I heard that conflate density with crime or lack of safety, or that it's not family friendly. I think particularly pointing to other neighborhoods like Wequentuin is unnecessary and also unhelpful. That's a neighborhood that I love deeply, and I don't think we need to disparage anyone's neighborhood, especially one that I know so many love to call home and feel deeply connected to that area, and myself included. I categorically reject a number of those assertions and just want to be clear that that's in no way why I'm not supporting this rezoning. I think it's also important to reflect that we do need a diversity of housing units. A quarter of our population are single-person households. So to suggest that individuals who are living alone are unhappy or disconnected, I think speaks unfairly to a large portion of our population and doesn't reflect the fact that this is a need in our community. I also think that more housing absolutely helps to address affordability. Housing availability is critical, and having, again, a variety of those options in houses in every neighborhood is important. I also just want to say as well that in exploring the potential of direction around heritage areas, for me, that in no way is intended to privilege a single type of housing in terms of single detached housing. Families, community can be built in all forms. Yes, there may be some architectural elements that we can honor and reflect on, but again, there's no interest for me in preserving a single housing type. I also want to be clear, I really appreciate and am very encouraged by some of what we're seeing already is individual homeowners coming forward to list their properties. That is a way to show your commitment to that street and putting value on that. If a rezoning on this site were to come back a year from now and we haven't seen, again, those next steps taken in terms of becoming part of the registry and the inventory, that would raise a lot of doubts in my mind in terms of what, what is at stake here and what the interests are. So with all that, at this point, not likely to support, but wanted to be clear around my reasons. Thank you. I'll take back the chair and I'll go to Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. Yeah, I feel like I'm about to say a lot of the same things. So I don't love these ones because this is one where I'm going to probably make nobody happy in any of my closing comments, because while I don't think I'm going to support this, my lack of support for this is going to be followed by many of the same things you just said. So, and I think we need to be very direct on it too. So the reason I'm willing to say no to this is because I am interested in the unique work that I've heard the Community League's looking to do on this plan amendment. I think there does need to be some community ownership, and I think we had one of the speakers who said it shouldn't be up to the community. I actually do think it really does need to be up to a lot of the communities, because otherwise you're asking council to essentially restrict development in certain communities and essentially be the arbiters of which communities should get some density, which shouldn't. And I know people like to use the term that we have the blanket zoning bylaw. It's always been a blanket zoning bylaw. That is literally how it has worked since the 1960s. It treats every community generally the same, and then there is local work that happens to address this. So I think if there are some unique considerations, then that should be led by the community, and I'm encouraged to hear the community is going to do some of that work. So I'll come back to that, but just wanted to touch on a few pieces. Is that I would continue to echo this was not spot rezoning, and I also want to echo Councillor Stevenson's defense of our city administration. We need, and I know that's not the Community League's position, that the other people, individuals chose to register to speak. I've never heard that from the Community League, and I'm going to continue to look to the Community League for their leadership to help make sure the residents, the select few that I think feel that way, are challenged, because anyone who believes that City Admin is purposely, being underhanded or trying to lead in the general direction, that's not the case. They follow the direction of City Council. They follow the policies that we put forward. If you don't like something that they've recommended, it's not their fault. It's council's fault, really, at the end of the day. So anyone who has that feeling about administration needs to quickly remove that from their thinking going forward. And so I think the other thing I wanted to just challenge, and Councillor Stevenson already did it very eloquently, and again, it was only a couple of speakers. That was not the position of the Community League. I did not hear it, but gosh, I am so tired of people talking about renters. Like, I'm sick of it. Frankly, it's so frustrating to hear. It's not just the people who choose to rent, like many of my family members. It's the people who have no other choice but to rent, like some of my family members, and like other people we know. And it's just that refrain of folks that they're not willing to contribute. It's, why they aren't? Because sometimes they hear some of the garbage that comes from people's mouths about how they're not as contributing to the neighborhood that is really harmful. Like, we went through a public hearing just a couple of weeks ago where, it was a lot of not so pleasant language about renters, and like the entire community, not this neighborhood, by the way, just a different neighborhood, where they have signs up saying, we oppose all 4-story and 6-story buildings, like through tons of the neighborhood. Yeah, and guess what? When I ran into some of those residents who live in those buildings at the AGM on Thursday, and then they told me, it was like, well, I wouldn't come to speak because they did not feel welcome to come to speak in favor. Like, that is a narrative that just needs to go away. And folks really need to, if you feel that way, please, I challenge you to go talk to people who rent and actually get to know them and understand what their feelings are and what they care about and their perspectives, because it's just really, really harmful to an overall conversation about land use. So that is my challenge to the Community League, which is that knowing that is not the Community League's position. I've met with folks. I don't believe that to be the case at all. My challenge is, how do you bring in those folks into those conversations to feel welcome, so that maybe they can help change the opinions of some of those other folks who I know that's not your opinion. I'm looking at the president because she's the only one here in the room still. Everyone else had to go. I'm looking forward to your conversation, and my challenge is to you is to bring in as many different people as possible, find those voices. Use Waquentuin as an example, one of the few community leagues that really leans into having renters actively, and in fact often the leaders within the community. They do some incredible work. I believe Garneau's up to the challenge to do that work, so I'm looking forward to that. The final thing I'll say is that I think the reason I'm willing to give this a chance is maybe through some of the work I've done in Glenora. We've had some conversations, we never quite got there, but I actually think this approach is different than what Glenora's even been talking about, and I think it's worth a try, recognizing we've got a lot still to go on. So I'll vote no unless I'm convinced otherwise, but I'm leaning to voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much. After listening to all the speakers again on this item, I appreciate the fact that they're taking the steps, you know, to go about and getting onto this historical inventory. But I don't think that, because to change the rezoning from one to the other isn't really going to impact whether or not it's a historical site or not. They can still demolish the house and put up whatever they want. But I do appreciate the fact taking those steps. In reference to whether or not, you know, whether we need increased density to help, you know, the student population around the university find housing, there's students there that have families. When we met, a lot of us met with the Edmonton Student Alliance. There was a number of grad students there that are finding it difficult to find housing, affordable housing for them and their families. So it's not just one bedroom bachelor suites that people are looking for around there. As well, there's also, you know, professors and others that work in the university area. So I don't think it's something that we do need increased density. Our administration has taken years to come up with the zoning bylaw renewal that we approved. We're getting a review of that coming up, I believe, in June. And I think maybe items like this are just sort of testing the waters to see how much council will bear as far as changes or any amendments to the zoning bylaw renewal. I believe Councillor Rutherford brought up 2526 in the zoning bylaw renewal, and that was for, I guess, higher density with corner lots. And this isn't a corner lot, so I can't see the rationale of increasing the density in this mid-block here. So for all those reasons, I will not be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to briefly share why I'm unable to support this motion today, or this item in front of us. My decision is guided strictly by the facts presented, our statutory obligations, and the planning guidelines and legislation we're bound to follow. It's not influenced by arguments or opinions outside these critical considerations. I deeply appreciate the community's passion and engagement. I recognize this is your home, your neighborhood, and I respect your perspective greatly. However, some of the commentary today moved beyond the relevant facts, and certain aspersions were cast that felt unnecessary and unhelpful to our discussion. And I will say that emotionally, having been in this job for long enough, I'm able to separate my emotion from the issue. But emotionally, if I had not, it would have swayed me to support simply because of the way that some of the folks spoke about our administration. However, that's not the case, obviously. So on reflection, I've also been thinking about, and I shared this with Councillor Knack, the story of the Tower of Babel. In that story, communication fractured, and people were no longer able to speak a shared language or understand one another. It kind of feels like that in recent years. Both globally and locally, our discourse has experienced a similar fracturing. We're often speaking past each other or about one another instead of seeking a shared understanding. If we're going to build stronger, more inclusive communities, and we have to, then we must find a common language, a shared framework grounded in mutual respect, shared values, and shared needs. Lastly, I want to share a personal perspective. I grew up poor. My parents couldn't afford to buy a home during my childhood. We rented, and we loved our neighborhood deeply. We were active participants in the life of that community. Everyone, regardless of whether they own or rent, can and does meaningfully contribute to the fabric of our neighborhoods. This public hearing and rezoning process is legislated, transparent, and open. Far more open, in fact, than at any other level of government, period. Everyone has been able to speak and express their perspectives freely. And I truly value that. And I think we need more of that in government. Ultimately, my decision today reflects careful adherence to our legal responsibilities, planning principles, and established guidelines, balanced with the openness and goodwill I know exists broadly in our community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Briquette. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the words that have been shared by my colleagues so far, and maybe I'll just start at a very high level and just speak about where I see this application falling when it comes to our policy alignment and rooting the conversation in city plan. What administration has brought forward as a recommendation is absolutely in line with city plan. I look at where this site is located within a major node. I look at how close it is in proximity to transit and other amenities. And it makes sense based on our policy direction, not only in city plan, but then reflected at a more granular level in district planning as well. One of the things that I have been struggling with throughout this conversation, and it's been shared by others, just some of the disappointment related to the suggestions that the density brings crime, the suggestion that families are defined in a certain way and potentially look a certain way or take a certain form, and then of course some of the suggestions around our administration. One of the other things that's been weighing on me is the suggestion that because we have introduced a modernized zoning bylaw, that we shouldn't see or expect additional changes and evolutions to happen in our neighborhoods. That is part of the plan and that is expected. And going forward through zoning bylaw renewal, we've set a strong foundation, and we've also charted a course through things like district plan to show what we expect our communities to look like and how we expect them to evolve over the coming years and decades. So it's not stagnant just because we have modernized that baseline, and I think that's really important to remember. At the same time, I also am really hearing what some colleagues have shared related to the additional work that could happen through a community-led process that might add some greater specificity to this particular area and honor some of the unique characteristics on this street. I also would be more inclined to support this kind of rezoning if it was on a larger lot, if it was a consolidation. And yeah, I'm right on the line on this one. So I will listen to my other colleagues, but really respect what's been shared so far, and we'll listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I wasn't going to speak to this for the sake of time, but I do feel like I want to offer a bit of a different perspective. more to my colleagues, because like I know it's hard sometimes when we hear some of the stereotypes and the stigmas that we hear every day, every single day at public hearing, and I know I hear on the phone when I talk to constituents and those things. But I also recognize that we have to meet people where they're at, and for people this is personal and emotional. And I know for myself that usually when I'm emotional, I'm not as articulate. I'm not as able to express myself with just facts and logic. And I think we need to extend that empathy to the people that take the time to come to these chambers to speak to us, knowing how emotional this is for them. And that doesn't mean we can't, you know, break some of those stereotypes and talk about them more generally. But I also think we have to be really mindful of not the unintended consequence of discouraging people from, you know, in an already intimidating and already barrier rich environment, creating conditions where people are afraid to come and speak to council. So I really felt compelled to come on the board and say that. Not that I think any of my colleagues said anything untoward. I've been hearing this rhetoric often in our closing comments a few times lately, and I think there could be just a caution for me that there could be some unintended consequences, and I think some empathy and compassion, follow-up conversations, follow-up dialogue about why maybe some of those perceptions aren't correct is all absolutely in scope. But I don't think anyone, you know, and even in the conversations around, you know, city administration, as someone that used to be in city administration, I know that we want to defend them, and there is times when it has definitely been like very personal to a specific staff member or something like that, which is to me beyond the line. But I'm going to say that at the end of the day, the people that are working in administration and are doing this job know what they're getting into and know what public hearings are about and know the importance and the ability for the public to come and say their piece too. And so I think we also need to remember that that yes, any kind of individual call out of an individual staff member, but we also have to be mindful to not moderate that kind of speech as well. So I felt compelled to say that. I mean, in terms of this item, I think this is a really great example of how public hearings are really about listening and are not just us coming in with preconceived decision making and then that's it, because this has come back a couple times already and I've actually voted no to those motions and those things because I felt like the RM16 at the time was perfectly valid, and I felt like, you know, it's in a node and corridor. But through further dialogue, through shoring up further information, through listening to my colleagues, I'm actually also not going to be supporting this rezoning. I think it's about bringing people along, and while in many ways I feel the same tension that Councillor Salvador feels in terms of, you know, illogically, this makes every sense to be approved, but we're not bringing community along with us. And I think there is some really unique potential here to see what the community league and the community comes up with in terms of getting some of that contextual stuff factored in legislation and through our policy framework for this conversation. So I think that's a great example of how these public hearings are dynamic, and we definitely come in with an open mind and an ability to be swayed, even if we've made a previous decision. So thank you. And thank you to everybody for their time today and for making the time again to come and speak to council.
Thanks, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Jans to close? No? Then please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's defeated. Thank you, everyone. We will move on now to our second item, items 3.
May I move a subsequent motion?
Sure, yes, I'm sorry, Councillor Jans.
Yeah, sorry, and if I can look to the clerk, there's revised wording. If I may introduce quickly.
Please.
Yeah, so I know we're
Can
very...
you read it in? Do we need to read it in? Yeah. if you
Please read in, and then we need a second.
Thank you. The wording is that administration prepare amendments to district policy, bylaw 24,000, section 2.5, bracket land use bracket, and or the zoning bylaw, bylaw 2001, to limit opportunities and review the general purpose for the RSM, small, medium-scale transition zone, outside of nodes and corridors, and return to a future public hearing. Due date is June 30th, 2025, City Council public hearing.
Second.
Thank you. Would you like to introduce?
Yeah, thank you. So there's been a lot of, we stand by this, we passed the zoning bylaw, we've got the RS zone out there, we've also got, nodes and corridors and district plans going, but we're seeing more and more of these, and I know we don't like the term spot rezonings, but we're seeing more and more of these single lot rezonings pop up outside of the nodes and corridors, especially in my ward. They're disruptive because whether or not the admin supports them or not, they're still out in the community. Neighbors get agitated. There's a feeling of the RS zone doesn't matter, that people can still try and ask for exemptions anyway, etc. And it's a feeling, I really worry that what we're seeing right now is a bit of an undermining of our intention to offer predictability and consistency to all parties involved. So what I'm hoping to accomplish here is I flagged this as a problem, and I know I spoke with some of you about it for your wards too, and this is the wording that admin suggested, that we could have some, hopefully a little bit of a tighter control or a bit of parameter here. I'm obviously not trying to limit those like really good cases where we see something that aligns with, say, a node or corridor or is a larger size development, but just seeing something that's going 1 or 2 units more just because they can, just trying to see if we'll accept it or not, is not exactly what I think our intention was. I think our intention was thinking more about, I think of this one file we had in McKernan and maybe a year and a half or so ago. It was very close to a train. It was right beside a park. It met the criteria. It was a great upzoning, and it was supported by council. That's, I feel like, what we were trying to get to here. What we're seeing, though, and what I'm hearing in my ward is that there's a lot more of this kind of variance style planning, and I don't think that's what we intended. So what this is designed to do is pitch it back to admin and have them take a crack at it and see, take a look and see if there's something that we can be doing when we come to the 1-year public hearing of the zoning bylaw.
Thank you. Did you have any questions to administration? No? Okay, I'll go to Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just a few questions to administration on this. So, just wrapping my head around it. Would this? I guess I'm looking at 2526, for example, and I'm just imagining what would come back. Like right now, there are 2 criteria that have to be met in 2526. Would 3 criteria be notching that up a bit? Like, is that what would you intend to come back with, I guess?
Yeah, so the motion itself speaks to all of 25. So it's not necessarily focused just on 2526. Within 25, there are a policy, 2523, I believe it is, about transition. There's also 2526. So we would be looking at all of them and where it best fits to discuss this RSM, like the small scale to medium scale transition, and where that application of that zone best fits. So it's not specific to 2526, but it could provide some criteria in terms of the application of the zone.
Okay. And have we, when this comes back, would there also be some information available as to, like, what are the scale of the implications of something like this? That's what I'm trying to grapple with. And I totally understand the desire to come back relatively quickly so that it can be done at the 1 year mark. At the same time, how do we gain an understanding of what this change would do?
Right. So we've had the zoning bylaw for a year. We've had the district policy for a bit of time. So are things happening the way that we intended them to and expected them to? And so there's that conversation, or that it's a good time to have that evaluation in terms of the RSM zone. Is it functioning the way that we intended? Are we applying it in accordance to the general purpose, or do we need to make some tweaks? The scale could be citywide. In terms of, like, the RSM zone is anticipated or intended for that transition. So that's why the motion is read outside of nodes and corridors. So is it functioning and being applied the way that is intended?
Is it?
Councillor, just to add to that, it's Travis over on stage, or your right. Sorry, it's a little bit different today. Just what we're seeing through public hearing or engagement, as Sean has said, through the zoning bylaw 1 year review, there's probably some areas that we can tighten up in terms of the intent, that original intent of the RSM zone, as well as the different striations within our zones itself. So you think about how we scale up in our zoning bylaw. We go from RS to RSM to RM 14 or 16, RM 23, et cetera. Is there too many in there when we already have an RS zone that allows for a row house and is 10.5 meters? So there's some objectivity or subjectivity there in terms of, are we hitting the right mark? Are we hitting that community trust piece where we've rezoned the majority of parcels to RS, and then having further applications come along that is supportable by district policy currently for that RSM, and is that hitting the right mark for council and community? And right now I think that's open to that interpretation. I think we need to tighten some of that up.
Okay, so does this motion, I guess based on that description, it sounds like this motion is in line with what you were going to be hoping to have a discussion about at the 1 year mark?
Yeah, I think the motion is not only in line with zoning bylaw renewal, but as well as a reflection of the past year of district planning as well.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. Okay, so I think, so you want to do this. I get I'm hearing like it feels like you want to do this. You think there would be value.
I think there's definitely value here. Like we've seen it play out in chambers here, that clarity in terms of what's being allowed in that district plans versus the intent of what was the original thought of the policy in the district plan. We just may need to tighten some of that up.
Yeah, the reason I asked that question is because I think generally speaking, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, this was probably the first RSM that wasn't supported since that zone came into be. But all of the other RSMs have typically been in, that I can think of, have typically been in spots where we typically would have considered a higher form of use, often a low rise. They're on a node or corridor, they're within 400 meters of a transit station. There's factors or variables that in fact probably would have allowed for more, but for any number of reasons, the applicant only decided to go to RSM 12. And so I guess, will that be some of the analysis? Because I'm also just trying to think, I don't know if we have a problem. We've had one unique situation we just said no to, or maybe there's two, but so I just wanted to make sure that we'll have some data to inform, because I also, like, I feel like most of them have been put in spots that we would have actually been looking for more density, and not just under the new rules, under rules before any one of us were here in most cases, so.
Yeah, that is part of what we'll bring back. Just in terms of, and you're correct. We have had applications that we would have supported higher.
Yeah.
So what is that mushy middle between RS and something bigger? I think that's where the additional work needs to be looking at.
Okay. Well then, all right, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. Most of my questions were answered. I do just have a question to the mover. I just want to understand, the intent of this motion is not to limit the densification. It's actually to, from my understanding, to make maybe more of an impact. Like I'm just trying to understand your intent.
What I think I'm trying to offer here is a further level of clarity, because we have the RS zone, which we support, and it's clear, but it's where we get into these little modifiers and people and applicants seeking additional bumps that aren't necessarily in a nodal corridor. That's where the struggle is, and so it's that's where there's this sort of tension, and it leads to some of these sentiments of people feeling like the people are just asking for more because they can, kind of thing. So what I'm hoping to get with this is a finer grain of clarity of, like, if you have 2 or 3 lots and you want to go bigger in a certain area, that's what we could talk about. But if you only have 1 lot, like kind of like we had with the Windsor Park example, or kind of like we've looked at in other places, and you're not necessarily in a nodal corridor, you're kind of in that gray area. This would hopefully offer a little more clarity and what sort of options would be considered. So does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Thank you for explaining that. And then I have, this question would either be to city clerk or to administration. If this motion passes, the amendment will come back to us to vote on. Is that correct? Or if this passes, there will be an amendment?
Councillor Principe, if this passes, it directs administration to prepare amendments for council's consideration. You would vote.
So at the June 30th meeting, we would have the opportunity to vote on the amendments.
At that public hearing, correct?
Right. Okay, great. Thank you. Those are my only questions.
Thank you. Councillor Rice.
Just one additional quick question to the mover. So if this amendment come back to the public hearing, and so the problem we try to resolve here is if it's not lots and corridors, and they want to go from RS to RSM, they do not lead the rezoning application again. They just automatically can do, and based on zone. So I just want to get, because there are 2 layers of the meaning of this.
I would say quite the opposite. That if you are not in a nodal corridor and you're RS, you should stay RS.
So
unless you have a couple of properties contiguous that you want to try and do something, bigger with, that you have
bigger than RS.
Yeah, if you meet the criteria listed, right? What I'm trying to avoid is just sort of that you have a property and it's zoned RS, and you're like, well, I'll try RSM just to roll the dice, see if I get it or not, kind of
So
thing.
you try to limit it, that type of application that come to council.
Yeah, but I just want, if you could direct the question to admin, I just want to make sure I'm very clear on it.
So I just want, before we vote, I want to be very clear, because this impact both and communities and also the developers. And based on current process, if they want bump up from RS to RSM, they have to do application and come to like today's example. So if this passed, does that mean they do not need that, they will automatically doing, or there no opportunity for them to do at all?
We still have to receive an application to change any zoning applied to any property within or outside the corridor. This motion does not change that.
Or does not change that process? Then what's this motion trying to resolve?
Councillor, what this motion looks to seek and provide clarity around when RSM would be supportable, and recommended for support by administration to council. So it provide greater policy direction as to where it should be located and used.
So I just a little bit concerned about the limit opportunities and review the general purpose for this. So that means they still need to do the application, and it's just opportunity to reduce
It's just about how we review applications when they come in. It doesn't change the fact that we require applications.
Okay, that
But it's
one
how we
clear.
evaluate them when they are received.
Okay, okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. I will turn the chair to Councillor Cartmell for a moment.
I have the chair.
Thank you. Yeah, really think that there could be some positive outcomes. And I think just what was phrased was really well put. It's not necessarily like limiting is maybe not the right word, but it's providing further guidance on the application of this zone. Is that a fair read of this?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, I think I'm just repeating what you just said very, very well. I think, again, I've shared some of the hesitancy I have around the single lot where they're not adjacent to comparable development or higher scale development. Is that something that can be considered as part of this?
Yes, the location of properties, what they're adjacent to, all of that can be taken into consideration.
And the size?
And the size, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Great. No further questions for me then. I'll take back the chair. I'm not seeing any further questions. If anyone wanted to sign up to speak, happy to see that. Give a moment. I'm not seeing anyone click on, so I'll turn to Councillor Jans to close.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Now we are on. Thank you to the delegation on that item. We'll now move to items 3.2, 3.3, 3.4, and 3.5. And we'll start with the presentation from administration before going to our very patient speakers. Thank you. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Councillor. Good afternoon. The purpose of the application is to enable the relocation of a portion of Fulton Creek and to expand medium industrial uses in the southeast neighborhood. There are 4 components to this application: a proposed rezoning and associated amendments to Southeast District Plan, the Maple Ridge Area Structure Plan, or ASP, and the North Saskatchewan River Valley Area Redevelopment Plan, or River Valley ARP. Due to its complexity, there is competing policy direction and a clear, linear outcome cannot be drawn for this application. Strategic direction from the city plan suggests complex and interdependent systems like land use, transportation, environmental, economic, and social factors should be co-considered and integrated. The plan speaks to the preservation of our natural areas as well as growing the industrial sector, innovation, and employment opportunities. There are benefits and losses associated with the application, and to move forward with the proposal to relocate the creek involves trade-offs. Administration's review of this application addressed interdependent systems, focusing on the risks associated with the relocation of the creek and the benefits associated with higher quality industrial land. The proposal is in its first stage of the approval process to ultimately relocate the creek. If the land use amendments are approved, the applicant's next step is to apply to the province. If the province does not approve the creek's relocation, the landowner will be obligated to submit a land development application to apply appropriate zoning to protect the creek's existing alignment. Next slide, please. The site is located in the Fulton Creek Business Park, which is in the southeast industrial neighborhood. The area is currently undergoing redevelopment for light and medium industrial uses. Fulton Creek, a tributary watercourse, crosses the quarter section and is currently divided into 2 areas by 30th Street Northwest, where it goes through a culvert. This section is part of a larger drainage system with natural watercourses, as well as a series of engineered wetlands with Pillipowed engineered wetland downstream across 34th Street. The site is also adjacent to a transmission line to the north and CN Railway to the east. Public transit service is available via Roper Road Northwest, and active transportation options are accessible west of the site and will be extended through Roper Road. Next slide, please. Administration sent advance letters to surrounding property owners and community leagues. The applicant worked with both the Indigenous Relations Office, or the IRO, and the Aboriginal Consultation Office, or the ACO, with the province of Alberta, where it was determined that the applicant should directly contact 2 nations. In addition, 29 other nations received information regarding the proposed creek realignment. In response to these discussions, there were 3 meetings and 3 site visits with the applicant and nations. The applicant received letters from participating nations indicating that they did not object to the proposed creek relocation. They did further request that the new creek be developed before the old creek is filled in to better transition the wildlife migration. The applicant also reached out to surrounding landowners, EPCOR, AltaLink, the River Valley Alliance, Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition, and the Sierra Club. In response, meetings were held between the applicant and the River Valley Alliance, as well as the Conservation Coalition, and they have been kept informed as the project moved forward. The Sierra Club noted their objection to the alteration of the Fulton Creek. After reaching out using the city's webpage, mailed notices, site signage, and advertising, administration did not hear from any additional members of the public. After sending an additional letter to the same nations, however, administration heard from the Papastace Nation, who expressed that they had experienced poor engagement with their particular nation. Next slide, please. An application to move a creek is a rare request, and as such, most city guidance, from the city plan down to established processes, are non-specific when considering a change of this scale. Relocating a creek involves inherent risks, which administration acknowledges. This proposal presents both potential benefits and losses, requiring careful considerations. The benefits include the expansion of the city's non-residential land base, provides growth and revitalization in older existing industrial areas, creates a larger industrial building envelope, expands the supply of higher quality shovel-ready industrial land, and provides an estimated 300 to 400 new jobs. Administration is actively working to maintain the industrial land supply and prevent the rezoning of industrial land for non-industrial purposes in accordance with the Industrial Investment Action Plan and the policy direction in the city plan and the district plans. Next slide, please. Losses are also present. There's the loss of approximately 6,900 existing trees and a portion of an intact ecosystem, as well as the risk involved in the time to reestablish a natural system. Administration acknowledges that naturalization takes time and is difficult to ensure and measure success. However, if approved, there is an extended monitoring period and a 10-year final approval certificate, or FAC process, before the city receives ownership of the land along the creek. Next slide, please. The entire site is currently zoned medium industrial, or RIM, including a portion of Fulton Creek, including the portion of Fulton Creek. Creeks are typically not zoned IM, and the proposed amendment will rezone Fulton Creek to the appropriate River Valley Zone, or A Zone. The proposed rezoning will also rezone the public utility zones, and these would allow for the preservation of the new natural areas, the existing natural areas, including the riparian buffer that will be created and the existing one, and that will protect natural areas along the edge of the creek. It will also allow for the continued development of industrial uses and a stormwater management facility, the development of a shared use pathway. Compatibility with the existing and surrounding area will be ensured through the height scale and uses of these proposed zones. Next slide, please. The proposed amendments to the Southeast District Plan, the Maple Ridge Area Structure Plan, and the River Valley ARP will be done in alignment with this proposal. Next slide, please. The city plan's Big City Move to catalyze and converge aims to maintain 70% of regional employment within Edmonton. The proposed medium industrial land use aligns with the policies outlined in the city plan by increasing Edmonton's industrial land supply, enabling the growth of non-residential areas, reinvigorating a moribund industrial area, and contributing to regional employment through job creation. Policies that are not in alignment with the relocation of the creek include those that are aiming to increase ecological function within non-residential areas, that are emphasizing the preservation of the North Saskatchewan River Valley and Ravine system as an environmental protection area, and are promoting the expansion and diversification of Edmonton's urban tree canopy and native vegetation. Next slide, please. The strategic direction of the city plan and the River Valley ARP collectively speak to both preservation of natural areas and growing the industrial sector innovation and employment opportunities. After evaluating the trade-offs, administration recommends supporting the relocation of this portion of the creek. This application provides an opportunity to support industrial development within an area that has statutory planning, access to servicing, and creates a more contiguous and higher order industrial parcel. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go now to our speakers in favor. So as I call your name, please come down to the speaker seats. So Mark Edwards from Fulton Creek Business Park Limited, Nick Price to answer questions only from the V3 Companies of Canada, Megan Chisholm to answer questions only from Stantec, and Zoe Rizak also from Stantec to answer questions only. And we will give you a moment to get settled. And whenever you're ready, Speaker Edwards, you're welcome to go.
Thank you. It's hard to see everybody from way over here. My name is Mark Edwards. I represent Panatoni Development Company on behalf of the ownership of Fulton Creek Business Park. Thank you for giving some time today. We purchased this land in 2019, and if you're familiar with it, at that time it was a pipe yard. And our intention from the get-go was to redevelop it as an infill site into a high-class industrial site. And if you've been down there recently, you will have seen that process is well underway. This is one of the first large-scale infill developments for industrial inside the city of Edmonton. We have invested significant dollars in infrastructure, as well as constructing large roadway networks, storm ponds, underground piping, and improving the connectivity of the system in that area. We believe that we're building a quality development in that area and improving the employment and improving the industrial standards in that area. In 2016, the City of Edmonton had its first industrial action plan adopted, and since then has been working to expand and grow its competitiveness and its share of the industrial sector in the greater Edmonton area. Since then, and recently, it was a report in July that noted that the city has, the 2016 action plan has actually resulted in a decline in the city's share of industrial in the area. There are a number of reasons behind that, and the new industrial action plan that was recently put in front of council in 2024 addresses a number of those issues and has actions that seek to grow Edmonton's industrial base further. We recognize that this is a complex decision, as noted by administration earlier. This is a tricky one. We get that. We've worked with administration for now 3.5, 4 years on this project. We've listened to administration, we've listened to the public, and we believe we've put forward an application that is in line with the city's policies and that allows council to approve and support. As part of the action plan that was put forward in 2024, we feel that it's necessary as industrial developers that the city is going to be faced with these types of complex decisions as you grow your infill development areas. In other words, the easy sites are taken. These kinds of sites are going to be the ones that are going to help grow Edmonton's base of industrial development. So I do think these types of decisions are going to be in front of you more frequently than they perhaps have been in the past. These types of decisions, when made, if council is able to support this application, allows us as developers to have confidence when we go out to the market and speak to clients both within the region, within the province, nationally and internationally, and say, hey, Edmonton's a place that we can do business. When we're on the other side of those conversations, being able to say yes at the time when the conversation is live instead of we're not sure, those are two very, very, very different messages to send to a potential investor. I won't go for too much longer. I don't think I'm going to use all of my time, but I do want to recognize that council has made some good decisions in the past few years from the perspective of the industrial sector. We think that you're on the right track as far as making some of the decisions that you've needed to in order to enable industrial developers to grow your base. This is another one. We hope that you see the value and the long-term impact of this project. And just to wrap it up in what I think is really a critical component of this that probably doesn't get highlighted as directly as it could. I look down the pipe 10 years from now in this area that we're talking about redeveloping. And what I see is that in 10 years from now, the city has a new functioning ecosystem, and it has a significantly increased tax base. So compared to where you are today, you end up in a better financial position, and you end up with what we're intending to build, which is a good quality ecosystem to replace the one that's being moved. At that, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our other speakers today, did you have any brief comments, or you're just there for questions? Questions? Great. Okay, well, I'll ask my colleagues to sign up then if they have any questions of those in favor. Councillor Tang. Oh, I mean, you selected a councillor, right? I'll go to you first.
Yes, if I could go ahead, yeah, thank you. Wow, to look up and see everybody's eyes on me. Okay, so thanks, Mark, for coming forward with this, and I know you have been working on it for quite a while. I'm just looking at, or having looked at the sort of the, I think you're calling it a preliminary environmental impact assessment, and some of the consultation, I guess, that you tried doing with Indigenous. I heard Anne saying that there was, the Papas Chase had provided some feedback that there was poor consultation. Yet in the report, I don't think you even got a response back from them. Did you? And which Papas Chase group are we talking about is the other thing.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. This would be the Papas Chase First Nation from Chief Calvin Bruno.
Okay. And so their feedback said it was poor consultation. What did transpire? Because like I said, I think the report indicates that there was nothing from them, unless I missed it in the report.
Certainly. The most recent events with Papas Chase First Nation was through the city's circulation process. We had received information from the planner that Chief Bruno was interested in talking to the project. The same day that we received that comment from the city, we did get in touch with Chief Bruno on his cell phone, spoke to him about the project, and had offered to schedule a meeting and a site visit. We did 5 follow-ups and have not been able to connect with them since. But the offer is open for site visits and meetings when they're ready.
Okay, and maybe I'll go back to administration on that one. I am concerned when we talk about transitioning the ecosystem from the natural creek to the man-made creek. I can appreciate doing it, doing the new creek in advance, but who's to say those migrating birds are going to actually move into the new creek? And how do you manage that transition?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll direct it first to Megan, but just before, if we can, I'd like to just put the site in context so that we're not, obviously we're looking at the subject lands here, but it's important for all councillors to recognise the overall system, because a natural system, as it's called, is not just in one part.
Yeah.
So if you have a look downstream is Polypow, which is an altered wetland, and that was done by the city as part of basically addressing flooding, which is the result of diverting the natural, because Fulton Creek naturally went into the Saskatchewan River. It's been diverted by 4.5 kilometres of culvert to Mill Creek. So just putting that in context, that's probably why there's no probably fish further upstream, that nothing was identified. And then if you have a look at the surrounding area, it's quite heavy industrial. Obviously the nature of that is changing today. The lands, I believe, were annexed from the county in the past, so the planning wasn't as good as the way planning is done today, which is inherent to the city in terms of creating some constraints. The final point there is the Roper Road is a key infrastructure. It's an arterial road that comes through the site, It goes right next to the Fulton Creek area, which is a significant investment for the city in terms of infrastructure. So what we're trying to do is also capitalize on that infrastructure from a business perspective. So I just wanted to give that context. I'm going to pass over the question you had regarding the wildlife to my colleague here, Megan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. With regards to wildlife and other ecological functions, the intent with the construction plan would be that it was constructed in about a year. So it would take a year. The existing area would be left as it is, kind of doing the new construction, and then there would be some work to have the water diverted back into the new channel. So within that time frame, although there will be some temporary effects, but to wildlife from more probably noise and construction, that there isn't it's not like a long process that's going to really be delayed in terms of creating that new creek corridor.
Okay, speaking of noise, I mean, it's right next to a sandblasting and fabrication.
Yes.
So, again, how are you going to entice the animals that way?
Well, we're retaining about a quarter of the creek is being retained as is through the proposed development. And I think even from all the studies we've done.
Trying to see where that is. You're moving it all up north and then along the railroad track.
Just in the south, kind of southeast part there's a piece that's about a quarter, roughly ballpark, of existing trees and creek that will be left exactly where they are, just on the north side of Roper Road.
Okay, my time is up. I'll take a look at the photos a little bit more, and I've also got my own from my visit there. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. First, I just want to make sure I understand. You bought the land, but the creek is waterway that's considered publicly owned, governed by the Provincial Act. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So the bed and shore of the creek is governed by the provincial government.
So you own all the land that's in the map except for the creek and kind of the green spaces surrounding it.
The bed and shore isn't the whole green space. It's a smaller area where the water is permanently in that area. So I don't know the exact length right now, but it's say 5 meter wide, 10 meter wide
Gotcha.
stretch. Yeah.
But the trees that is planned for removal will be on your land.
Correct. That would be, by and large, the trees are not in the bed and shore. They're of the creek, so they'd be on Panatoni's land.
Okay. Thank you for that. There was I was curious about. Oh, I just lost my spot here. In one of your engagement with the nation, one of the nation has suggested or had made a suggestion. Sorry, I'm trying to find this about sort of like phasing the project and allowing some of the wildlife migration to kind of establish themselves before before you move to the next stage of the diversion. Sorry, do you know what I'm talking about?
Councillor, maybe I could.
Yes. Sorry, one nation suggested that the alteration and habitat restoration should occur before the removal of the existing creek corridor. I guess I'm just wondering, are you doing that?
Councillor, correct. The staging of it would be done in that manner, and I should emphasise throughout, even ongoing, there will be collaboration with First Nations to what we've done to date, so that will continue as part of the process. But in terms of the staging, you're absolutely correct. The way in which and that's obviously subject through council and administration when we get to that point in the process, but our intent is to stage it so that you keep the existing watercourse and you build up the other part before you transition through.
Okay, so they had suggested that, and then you have taken that into the feedback as you plan for this. And I think my overall sort of just, this comes as, this is obviously a significant undertaking. You knew that when you first purchased the land, I'm assuming. The risk is quite high on a number of fronts. And I hear you, Mark, around some of the trade-offs you've highlighted. But you feel the need to rezone or to do all that's involved in this application so that so that you can have like more industrial land to attract investment. Is that?
Yeah, so actually, when we first purchased the land, we didn't go in intending to make this change. What's happened through the development process of the land is, as when we came to Roper Road, when we bought the land, Roper Road had a very conceptual alignment laid out, area structure plan level alignment, which, as you know, is a sketch. And so as we got into the detailed design, Roper Road changed its shape. It moved further north, and so the area between Roper Road and the existing creek got pinched. And as we worked through the process of figuring out, okay, how do we deal with that, it became clear that this is one option that we should explore. I think one of the things to note is north of the current creek, if you look at the land in between the current creek and the power line right-of-way, you have a pretty undevelopable piece of land. And our backup plan, to be honest, is probably to sell that land or to lease it to someone for a pipe yard or some other use that's not as impactful as industrial buildings. So by moving the creek to the north, yeah, it creates a development pocket for us to build high-quality industrial buildings between the new creek and Roper Road. But I think it brings the creek adjacent to a green area where the power line right-of-way already exists. So it removes that conflict of the creek to what would be yard or whatever that development is on that north piece, and then back into a green area again. So to me, it makes it a lot more contiguous. So our thinking started to head down this path, and that's how we got here.
Okay, thank you. So contiguous is what I'm hearing. I do have a follow-up question, but I will come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Yeah, I too am struggling to kind of make sense of the maps and the file here. Is it, so what could be some of the purposes that could be, if this application was passed, what could be built, or what could this land be used for? The land in question.
So I'm sorry, I got to ask you, and I'm not sure I understand.
Let's just, I'm trying to make sense of if this was rezoned on, say, picking on some of these different parcels. Mm-hmm. Like when I look at land that has an existing creek bed or a lot of, is it a little too soggy to do certain things?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Between the grading and the area around the top of the bank, we'd have to set ourselves back from that quite a bit in order to do anything of note. The area north of the creek, obviously, of the existing creek now is odd shaped. It's got a sort of an informal crossing of the creek where that culvert is with 30th Street. So you either build 30th Street all the way down to activate the piece to the north, or we sell or lease the piece to the north to a sort of a lower use that doesn't need their access to Roper Road as much. So a lot of thought's gone into how to do this, not just the why.
Yeah, and what is the current state of this area? It's just the creek part is natural area, and is there any other kind of business purpose existing now?
North of Roper Road, you've got small pockets of vacant land, undeveloped. You've got the creek and the trees in the creek around it, and then across to the north of the existing creek, it's just cleared land. It was used for pipes and sort of the entrance to when the previous owners had it.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Probably more questions later. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to move a second round?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thank you. I think some of my line of questioning comes from just kind of how did the business park get established in this location to begin with, given so much of the constraint around existing contiguous land, given the constraint around the irregularly shaped parcels, making it really difficult to work with. You have mentioned in your earlier comment that kind of the current proposal is one of the options that you were looking at. I was wondering if you had other options you were looking at, other options that may be lower risks.
Yeah, to be honest, we've come back and forth on this easily 10 times in the last 4 years, where we've kind of said, you know what, let's put our pens down, let's go back and reevaluate and see if we can come up with a new plan. And it keeps coming back to the same thing. This is the best way to move the site forward. And to back up to your original question, how this site came to be. This area of Edmonton, the Maple Ridge area structure plan as a growth node for industrial development has always been a great site. Some of the challenges that it faced was 34th Street was quite narrow. There wasn't any interconnectivity between the area to the east of 34th Street, between Roper and Roper coming across eventually all the way to 17th. That connectivity didn't exist. And we saw an opportunity to go in there and to improve the infrastructure, and we have. The 34th Street is now 2 lanes both sides. 56 comes right across 34th. Roper Road goes all the way to the end of our site, and there's some significant infrastructure that's being built there. So we saw that opportunity, and again, initially when we did the first blush at the area structure plan level Roper Road, it was quite a bit further south from the creek. So as we've gone through and completed the design, and I think the city would be the first, the administration would be the first to say that we've worked in collaboration with them on that design. It probably took 2 years to get the final alignment and the shape and everything, and I think we've done it in a very collaborative and productive way, where we want to build good infrastructure, because our tenants and our clients, they want good infrastructure. So we're not battling with administration, arguing about how wide the road should be and how many trees should be planted in the right of way and things. It's a development that aligns with the city's policies. And so as we've worked through and recognized some of the challenges that exist in there, this is where we got to with the application.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Okay. I know we're going to get some speakers coming forward on the amount of trees that are being removed. How can you replace them, I guess, to maintain a proper ecosystem? Because there are some older trees there.
Thank you. It's a great question. Yeah, we've definitely worked really hard. We do know that's a big trade-off with this site. And we are just in a preliminary design stage, I guess we should say as well. During the detailed design stage, there'll be more refinements. We're looking at areas where we can move some of the trails to maximize some of the retained trees as well. But I would just say overall, the site has a net gain of trees. So from the loss within the creek area, there's a lot of trees being planted throughout the entire site. So on the preliminary numbers, it's about a net gain of about 450 trees, I think, off. So the restoration is going to be a number of different sizes of trees. So some larger trees, some more mature trees, and then also kind of down to some of the really small juvenile trees that have a really great establishment rate. So lots and lots of plantings of those interspersed with some of the larger, more mature trees.
Okay, so you are looking at more mature as well to try to compensate.
Correct,
okay.
yes.
Okay, I just want to go back to the fact that there's a sandblasting company and a fabrication company, and that in the report it says that you did reach out to a number of surrounding companies or landowners, but there doesn't seem to be any feedback from them.
Councillor, that is correct. We reached out to all adjoining accordance. We reached out to the adjoining landowners. No one got back in touch with us. The main groups that we've been dealing with have been Sierra Club, the River Valley Alliance. We've also had the First Nations engagement, but beyond that, I don't believe we've had any response. We've had signs up on the site as well in accordance with the protocol and procedure that's required.
So I guess when you reach out to them, do you indicate sort of what the impact might be to them or what the benefit might be to them? Like, do you give them a reason to contact you rather than just, we're asking for rezoning?
Councillor, we actually did a brochure,
Okay.
so illustrating exactly what we were doing. So it wasn't just a letter.
Okay.
It was actually a brochure that was sent out, similar to the diagrams that you've seen, just explaining the realignment of the portion that we were looking at doing. So we've done everything we can. I'm not too sure how much further we could go.
Okay, because I'm just wondering, because I have gotten communication from some of the surrounding owners, and yeah, seeming that, you know, they didn't know what was being anticipated or what was being put forward.
Our contact information was there. They more than happy to reach out, and other people have reached out, and we've responded to them accordingly.
Okay, and now you talked about from the Sierra Club who's not on side with this, and I think you did some initial consultations with, was it River Valley Alliance?
Correct.
And what sort of has happened recently?
Well, we also provided notice just prior to this public hearing when we were advised of it. So we gave them links to the Sierra Club so they could access all the reports prior to the public hearing, to all the groups that we've been engaging with over the last, really it's been probably the last 3 years. Admittedly, last year has been a lot of working with administration in terms of going back and forth. But as soon as we knew that the public hearing was on, we gave notification. We sent them an email, and we got, I know from Sierra Club, they acknowledged receipt of our email.
But, and that didn't change their mind? They're still in opposition to it, or?
Yeah, I can't speak on behalf of Sierra Club. I think, in my professional opinion, what we've presented in our application shows really a balance. I mean, you know, we talk about sustainability. You're looking at all the pillars in terms of this application. It should be noted the way in which the creek realignment's done. In my opinion, I'm not the expert here. I've got my colleague on my left here, but you know, we are removing the areas of the access, so you're getting daylighting occurring throughout that watercourse within the section of the property. There is the incorporation of wetlands to help with flooding, and we talk about climate change that's occurring and the increase of events. That's why polypower further downstream was created, which was an alteration of the natural watercourse. So
my time is up. Thank you.
Sorry, thanks. Any further questions? You want to come around? No? Okay. Well, thank you. Appreciate our speakers joining us today. You can return to your seats. Well, actually, I think all of our other speakers are online, so you're welcome to stay there for new information when we get to that point. So those in opposition, first up we have Raquel Farreau. Are you joining us online? Okay, we'll come back. Christine Kwolchuk, you're next online. I see.
I'm sorry. Do you want me to go ahead? I just was having a hard time migrating to where I needed to be. Would you like me to go ahead or go on to Christine?
Yeah, you go ahead. Thanks. Thanks very much. Over to you for 5 minutes.
Okay. I'm going to keep my camera off because I'm upset. I mean, it just, thank you for this opportunity. It just sort of really seems like we're forgetting that we're in a climate emergency and saying, no, we're in a industrial land supply emergency. And I'm not seeing the facts. It's frustrating. So given that the North Saskatchewan and River Valley and ravines offer so many health benefits and a cost-effective lifeline addressing climate change, administration recommending to destroy them should at least be factually supported. I'm so frustrated by the lack of data and information. Council and the public should be allowed to see all the environmental information and reports for this sensitive area before a decision is made. As per Bylaw 7188, 3.3.4 development on environmentally sensitive lands. We have plenty of untapped industrial land with shovel-ready industrial lands in the southwest and northwest, according to Edmonton's Industrial Investment Action Plan. And yet there is only a tiny portion of our river valley and natural lands conserved as per the informed goals of approved plans in like the Natural Areas Connection Plan. Administration should provide this information. I mean, I would assume a triple bottom line accounting would offer a clear choice in favor of the ravine and keeping it where it is and where it's functional and ecologically intact. I mean, moving it is such hubris, but is that consideration even needed if industrial land options are alive and well in Edmonton? Um, you know, I was really surprised too to learn that the city's been working with this developer for 3.5 years. I mean, in the old days, it seems administration would have tried to take that land as per all the mapping that's in existence since the 80s as environmental reserve. So how do we even rationalize something so destructive without a really good needs assessment? So Dr. Agrawal and Wella Gadara have shown us how the urban heat island effect is mitigated better on the south side, where there's a greater number of ravines saved. And I really think administration should at least try to quantify what we're losing before suggesting such a horrible sacrifice. You don't, you know, we will be delaying for decades and may never achieve any of the functionality that we currently have, any of the cooling effect and air circulation that we currently have. It is such a risk. And I'm really frustrated that we weren't able to see the experts' reports, the environmental planners' reports on this. I assume they exist. I assume that that's what administration was quoting, but it would be nice if council and the public could see the whole reports. So I would like council to say, no, we have shovel-ready industrial land in the southeast and southwest. We don't need to consider losing a ravine. So look at our existing plans and tell me where you see the ambiguity. Our River Valley bylaw, you know, yeah, of course they're not so specific. They would never anticipate that one would simply move the river, valley, and ravine system. So I would like you to request, you know, just refuse this, but if you can't feel you cannot, that there's not enough information on the table, not enough factual information, request an opinion from the Energy Transition and Climate Resiliency Committee. A ravine provides such cost-effective mitigation measures for climate that perhaps they'd be willing to help you look to data that could be added for you to make a decision. And I would ask you to ask administration to provide the environmental planners review of this application, see if there was maybe a drainage review, ask if there is already a landscape plan. My understanding is this could be, from what was just said, just tons of small whips and really not full compensation, or compensation wouldn't be achieved for decades. So as a member of ERVCC and North Saskatchewan, I feel we're being ambushed time and time again. ERVCC was consulted but not kept up to speed on what was going on or when this would go to council. And North Saskatchewan, as far as I know, they were not informed at all. They are totally unaware of this proposal. So yeah, I'd ask also that council find a way to encourage that we be consulted on matters of the river, valley, and ravine. So ask for metrics around land use and how much industrial space is available versus intact ecosystems. And please get the metrics and the facts on the table to really see whether this is an informed trade-off. I can't imagine it is. And I don't accept that this application is complex or not contemplated by existing policy specific 7188.
Thank you, Raquel. That's your time. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And please stay on the line for questions. Next, Christine Kwalchuk.
Right, good afternoon. Edmonton River Valley Conservation Coalition opposes the Fulton Creek industrial rezoning proposal because of its plans to move part of Fulton Creek and to cut down thousands of mature trees. Fulton Creek is part of the river, valley, and ravine system. It is important habitat and a forested ecosystem. Administration's report states that this project will cause the loss of 6,900 trees, the loss of an intact system, and the loss of approximately 5 hectares of parkland. The river, valley, and ravine system is an ecological corridor and a migratory bird corridor. As the World Wildlife Fund has noted, in Canada, mammal populations have dropped by 43%, amphibian and reptile populations by 34%, fish populations by 20%, and some types of birds have lost between 43 and 69% of their populations. Loss of habitat, especially wetlands and trees, is the main reason for this loss. We cannot keep taking and talking about trade-offs. Every bit of remaining habitat matters, and we need to protect it. It is not possible to simply move a creek or recreate a natural area. Even administration's report admits that renaturalizing an area is difficult to ensure, and replanting trees is not enough. The thinking that nature can just be replaced is what has caused the biodiversity crisis and the climate crisis in the first place. We need to recognize that we are part of nature and that all of our decisions must begin with humbly respecting nature. In ERBCC's meeting with the project planners, we instead heard that this land was already degraded and that they could easily just build a new natural area. Our comment back was that all land is worthy of restoration, not further degradation. And administration's own report emphasizes that this area is an intact ecosystem and important habitat. Administration's report also states, however, that this application is not contemplated by existing policy. This is not true. Bylaw 7188 states, for 75 years, municipal, regional, and provincial authorities have sought to protect the North Saskatchewan River Valley's natural open spaces from urban development, which is what this application is, a removal of an established ravine for an urban development. Likewise, Bylaw 20001, the city plan, commits to maintain the North Saskatchewan River Valley and ravine system's key role as an environmental protection area and for open space, cultural, and recreational uses. Furthermore, administration's report states that the city policy is divided on priorities, but this is not strictly true either. The city's The Way We Grow strategic plan included a diagram of the nested hierarchy of priorities for sustainable planning. And in fact, I included that as a slide to be put up. So next slide, please. Thank you. That's what I'm talking about right now. This diagram shows that the largest sphere is the environment, the next sphere is society, and nested within both of them is the economy. This does not mean that the economy does not matter. It does mean that for an economy to be sustainable, it needs to respect social and environmental constraints. There are no trade-offs or balancing of interests in this approach. It provides clear guidance in decision-making if the goal is sustainable planning. So again, this comes from Edmonton policy. Edmontonians care about sustainability. The removal of 200 trees in Horilac Park was met with uproar. How will you answer to citizens who ask how cutting 6,900 trees fits within the existing public tree bylaw and the city's plan to increase the city's urban canopy? Are you going to answer that this project was about trade-offs? The River Valley is our city's gift. Allowing this project is the equivalent of mountaintop coal mining, selling out and allowing the destruction of nature for a company's short-term profits. ERBCC is asking the City Council to do the right thing and reject this proposal today. If an industrial project needs so much space, it should go elsewhere. All our city policies make clear the River Valley and ravine system is to be protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Eric Gormley.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yep, we see and hear you. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Eric Gormley, and I hope City Council will vote to keep intact a functioning natural ecosystem along Fulton Creek in southeast Edmonton. We rely on the natural world for our living. In administration's report and in the discussion, the word trade-off is used several times. And I just wanted to say trade-off seems to be the new euphemism for nature loses. Approving a change to the plan would mean clear-cutting a forest larger than Dunluce Natural Area in the northwest part of the city, more than 13 acres, and relocating Fulton Creek. Administration's report thankfully references the River Valley ARP, a bylaw that stands up well after 40 years for its spirit and wisdom. The major goal of the River Valley bylaw, the report notes, is to ensure the preservation of the natural character and environment of the North Saskatchewan River Valley and its ravine system, of which Fulton Creek is a part. The policy in the plan, the report says, focuses around preservation and enhancement of what is already there. So the proposed relocation of a portion of Fulton Creek is not supported by the River Valley bylaw. There's a reason for this. What's already there has taken centuries to develop. Administration's report says Should the project proceed, there are still significant risks and impacts associated with removing a natural area and attempting to reconstruct such a complex ecosystem outside its original boundaries. Relocating Fulton Creek poses considerable ecological risks. The report says this will result in the removal of approximately 6,900 mature trees, as well as the removal of an established understory of smaller plant life that makes up a functioning ecosystem. Replanting the same value of trees as existed naturally, says administration's report, cannot be achieved, and tree loss is significant. Cutting down all those trees, the report further notes, will impair the city's climate goals. There's a saying we've all heard: when all the trees are cut down and all the land is uprooted in the name of profit, only then do we learn we cannot eat money. There's enough in administration's report to suggest that relocating the creek and disrupting the millions of big and small intertwined biological acts that have evolved over time and occur there daily would be a net loss to the city. Put another way, relocating the creek and all its complete complexity would be like someone destroying a Rembrandt painting and then trying to reconstruct it. You lose something you never get back. If administration wants to expand its industrial lands, find a solution that doesn't involve the destruction of diminishing store of natural features in the city, in this case, Fulton Creek Forest. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, we have Sherry Heschuk.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Well, thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to say that I was really impressed with the number of the counselors that came out to our Earth Day over the past weekend. And we did offer that option to you. A number of people did show, so that was wonderful. It is unremarkable that a company registered yesterday is in the eyes of the law an entity with legal standing and a suite of rights, including the right to sue, but that a river or creek that has flowed for thousands and perhaps centuries has no rights at all. We've forgotten that our fate flows with that of rivers and always has. Bylaws 21124, 25 are in direct contradiction to the River Valley. Our ARP, specifically the preservation of the natural character and environment. If administration does pass these amended bylaws, it is without much of a precautionary principle. Like any competition, there are clear winners and losers. I'm taking a quote from a well-known watershed advocate, Stephen A. Kennett, who foretells this debate with decision-making on the basis of narrow sectoral mandates is the antithesis of integrated resource management, yet is institutionally entrenched in the legal regimes and administrative arrangement that govern land and resources use in Alberta. I'm hoping that when we are in the current debate over spending for industrial expansion, that we would curtail even one portion of the land that we see is being guided into devastation. I'm here because I'm worried about the cumulative effects of habitat loss, biodiversity, wetlands, and we're coming up short on our carbon target. Alongside the fall budget adjustments and our current increases as an annual update to our carbon budget, it's significant. That it was pointed out in the report highlighted by the Energy Transition and Resilience Committee, Edmonton has a community emissions deficit. I won't go into the tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, but we're running a 12,880,000 deficit. With these results, the target cannot be met, and a 26% proposed reduction also would be remaining the natural assets, which could be our carbon sinks. As we see a loss of these trees, a significant cumulative effect when a mature tree could and does provide water storage and other nature-based solutions. The two major urban cities, Calgary and Edmonton, are located in the Parkland Nature Region, and much of it has been converted to a landscape that is only 21.4% of what is considered a natured state. My concerns are to ask administration what funding would support the implementation of conserving the parkland left or removed from these areas, and what pressure can the federal government have to ensure that monitoring is available in priority areas that lack water management and activities, since that would be a main issue in the realignment of the Fulton Creek. According to the lower sections of the creek, which were culverted and filled to build the Capilano Freeway and Capilano Bridge, I walked there yesterday just to see how the creek has been bending, how it actually flows, and we are finding that it has disappeared almost entirely. It flows into the city of Edmonton from the southeast and first becomes culverted as it enters the Weir. As it flows southeast and beyond the industrial park near 50th Street, then it emerges as at 98th Ave and Terrace Road, which we call Fulton Place neighborhood. So it's culverted, yes, a distance of more than 3 kilometers. Mark has agreed that we think that you're on the right track. The city is on the right track, but we as community members and lovers of the water see that there's an equity that we will lose with the lack of green spaces. There is a lack of supportive biodiversity to keep our riparian intact and healthy. We've heard from our urban planning committee that our river valley preservation is important and developers did not include strategies for climate change in the past, and that there are over 10-year plans for the naturalization project. So how long will we know whether this experiment actually worked? Often what we're looking at is the Parkland Bylaw, which so eloquently has allowed us to continue forward with conservation. And it's brought through with our ribbon of green, although our use management classification policies and directions in this large section where there will be impeded health of the riparian will be devastating. I think that the Edmonton Metropolitan Region Growth Plan, Principle 7, highlights it directly with protect natural living systems and environmental assets. If we want to practice wise environmental stewardship and promote the health of the regional ecosystem, not the industrial ecosystem, our watersheds and our environmental sensitive areas, please stop this. And I request that you stop looking at more alternatives
Thank you.
as such.
Thanks, Sherry.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to questions of our speakers. Councillor Wright, again, you selected this item?
Yes, but no, I'll leave
Defer?
it to Councillor
Okay.
Rutherford.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello, thank you. So I guess one of the things that I'm grappling with this file is because I agree, and I think you said it really poignantly, Mr. Gormley, about the once you change the ecosystem, is there's things that you just can't get back. I thought that was really powerful the way you said that and compared it to a fine art. But one of the things I'm struggling with when I read this report, that there's still debris in this ravine from 1987 tornado, and it's on private property. It's actually not part of our river valley system. That's where I'm struggling with, because if we say, let's say we say no today and it stays as it is, it never becomes acquired as River Valley. Like it's not designated as River Valley. We can't do any kind of restoration. We can't do any better protection of that ecosystem, from what I understand. And if you understand it differently, I'd like to know. There's also the restricted covenant piece that gets put on, so that if it doesn't get approved by the province, we would still then be able to acquire that as parkland without moving it. So I'm just seeing a lot of moving parts that I'm guessing admin really grappled with, and now we're here to grapple with. But I wanted to get your thoughts on that piece, because that's the one thing that I'm really, really struggling and grappling with. And I'll put that maybe to Ms. Burrow first, or
all right, I will answer first. We shouldn't have to do a restrictive covenant. We have tools, and I'm really surprised, given that this has been mapped as it has for so long, since the 80s. Administration probably had some historic opportunities to capture this ravine as environmental reserve, and they should have done so if they ever did have an opportunity. I mean, I remember some activities back in that area a few years ago, and I sort of assumed that had already been done. It's been sort of like I would even fault administration for not, making the opportunity manifest. It happens at subdivision, is my understanding. Ask administration that, ask how they could have gotten this land as environmental reserve, ask what the opportunities are. But, this new idea of doing restrictive covenants is just, the city absolving themselves of their duty.
Or as the application before us highlights, right? Like actually designating, I'm going to the actual map here in the report, right? Designating from IM to A, right? And there's a lot of A, public utility to A, which is River Valley. So yeah, but I
mean,
definitely.
it's so important. You're asking a hugely important question. So I really want you to ask this of admin, and I really
Absolutely, I will. Absolutely, I will.
So much of our land is privately held, and if we don't start taking environmental reserve at the right time and have all developers understand that that's the end goal, we're slowly starting to shift policies, and I'm seeing it's almost like administration has no appetite for ER anymore.
Oh, well, we'll save those for the other. I see Christine has, even though we're not supposed to do the raised hand function for issues of decorum in a public hearing, I will go to Christine to also answer that question.
All right, thank you. Sorry for raising my hand then. I just wanted to add on to what Rocky said. I think that even as recently as 2021, this land was allowed an area structure plan amendment. So again, why was that environmental reserve not taken as recently as 2021? And I think I heard the proponents say that that was the year in which they purchased the land. I will also just say that this land is, maybe it's not zoned River Valley land right now, but it is absolutely part of the River Valley and ravine system.
Absolutely.
So we have to keep that in mind too, that functionally, it is part of that corridor.
No, great points. That's it. That's all my questions for now.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions at this point. So I'll thank our speakers and encourage you all to stay after we've asked questions of administration in case there are further questions and new information. So we'll go now to questions of administration. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. And I just want to let the speakers know it wasn't that I had discounting what you were saying. It's given the time today and having to wrap up by 4 o'clock, I wanted to save my questions for administration or my time for them. So I am concerned. Mr. Edwards talked about, it's important that we're sort of setting the stage, I think, going forward for any other type of industrial development. So I think that's why we need to be a bit more careful with this one, because it could set the precedent going forward. So why are we not getting an independent environmental impact assessment now?
Apologies, Councillor. There was an environmental impact assessment done. It was completed, reviewed by our open space department.
Sorry, that was the preliminary EIA that was done by the proponent?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
And there is, I think the important thing, and I just want to center ourselves around the application at hand. This application is looking at the land use considerations. There are further applications down the process that will go into a more detailed design evaluation. So the environmental analysis needs to be staged in such a way that the right information is being presented at the right time and the right level of detail for the decision being made. So right now at this stage, we're at a policy and land use discussion. And so some of the words that have come out are like detailed landscaping review, how many, like those types of considerations aren't necessarily appropriate at this particular
But this
level.
is the last point in time where council would be able to make a decision on policy that could be used for everything else down the road.
Absolutely, but the detailed design, we have an established process by which we then evaluate and require things of the developer. And those have to also follow our policies and procedures and regulations. And so I think what I'm trying to say is that the level of detail at different stages of development will be getting increasingly detailed.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess it's, we don't necessarily have to get into the weeds, but, on every sort of land use, but I do think we need more information to not only protect this stretch of the creek, but also, again, to set precedent for anything else coming forward. I'm also concerned about the fact that there was an audit done back in April 2024, the city auditor noting 4 recommendations, talking about training, talking about, I've just got to grab it here, but recognizing the impact that if these recommendations aren't followed through on and met, that could create administration maybe overlooking some environmental or climate change issues. So I'm just wondering what the progress is of those 4 recommendations that were put forward by the auditor. I understand they don't have to be met till 2026.
Yeah, so that's the audit that was related to the climate resilient and energy transition strategy. There were 4 recommendations. You'll see the updated audit committee tomorrow as well, that we're still on track to meet the target completion of the end of next year, I think it is. The 4 recommendations are not changing the strategy per se, but really ensuring that we have roles and responsibilities within administration in advancing the strategy, training for as we develop the programs, formal monitoring and evaluation framework, and then the 4th one is around improving our processes for sharing climate information.
Right, so don't you think we need to have that training, those processes in place before we move forward on a decision like this? There was also part of the mitigation in the report was creating a chief climate officer role. Okay, well, I think that's been done. Have we hired on that yet?
That's not a position that we've advanced at this point.
Okay.
So, Councillor, in terms of your question of do we need this information from the climate audit to make a recommendation or moving this application forward, the answer is no. We have the sufficient policy context as well as rules and regulation to advance this application, which we have done through the application review, through the technical study analysis that's been borne out, as you've seen, as well as the various policy contexts within the city plan, whether it's for or against this application in terms of industrial development or preservation of the River Valley, as well as the River Valley ARP.
Okay, maybe I'll come back for another round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Okay, yeah, great, thank you. Wanted to ask about the industrial action plan a little bit and the analysis there. We have many other industrial sites around the city. Yes?
Correct.
What makes this one so critical?
This one was rated highly for the uses. It is currently zoned as I am. I think this is really a question about, are these the appropriate changes to make that more viable land? The other consideration when we're talking about the industrial action plan and what is available, there is a complex system where the applicant also has to be in the position to want to move forward with that work. And we've seen that in the past where there's no interest in some industrial land that's owned by someone else. This particular case, we have an applicant who's already well underway, who has a good history of development and who is looking to further invest in the area beyond where it's at right now, which is in a little bit of a more struggling nature, I guess, as an industrial area.
Councillor Tang, if I may add, one of the key challenges we're trying to address through the Industrial Investment Action Plan is our availability of shovel-ready land. So while we have land identified for industrial development, it is 2% or less that is available for shovel-ready. So for being able to offer that as an attractive place to invest right now, we have limitations in terms of the amount of land available that's shovel-ready.
I think in one of the speakers referenced, Southwest and a different part of the city with those shovel-ready land. Is that accurate? Do we have more than we realize? Do you have a sense of that?
Again, like, I think that there's a variety of land that is available. What is ready and being invested in is not necessarily as prevalent. So I can think of Winterburn Industrial is another larger industrial area to the west. However, it has significant challenges with moving forward. It's not seen as a desirable area necessarily. We do struggle to kind of get some of those higher order industrial pieces together. This is an area where there seems to be significant interest and value add that's occurring, whereby more recently it had been kind of languishing a little bit, if you will.
And Councillor, I'll just add that this is, ultimately, we're responding to an application that we have received. And so this is, our recommendation is in response to that.
Yeah, and that's true for all rezoning that somebody brings forward something that we're responding to. I wanted to understand a little bit about the current state of the ravine, that it was many years ago, it was diverted through the culvert. Where was it supposed to go?
The diversion through the culvert is the road going over top of it.
Oh,
It's
I
not
see,
necessarily a
okay.
change in the creek alignment, it's just that it's separated
see,
into two
okay.
distinct portions, yeah.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
Where possible, we often strive to daylight
Yeah.
through an application such as this. So this would be one of the things where they would be, again, the new location wouldn't have a future culvert kind of separating it.
And then just in some of the Q&A from earlier about, you know, our role in stewarding natural areas for wildlife protection, like habitat protection, ecosystem protection, in terms of the tools of how to maximize our opportunity to do that, we would need to kind of own that land first, or have it zoned as River Valley land first, so that it can be incorporated into our current policies and bylaws for that protection. Is that right? Or
I think I understand your question, and I think the interesting part with this is when we brought the land in back in the 80s with the annexation, it was already zoned, I think OI, and then we changed it to IM to match the city's zoning. So this land, while it's got an area structure plan that's relatively recent, was already pre-zoned, it already existed, and the privately owned land that the applicant could have chosen, for instance, in the past, to cut down the trees, we don't have a good process right now as it sits to protect that. Although as we speak, the applicant has provided a restrictive covenant, so they can no longer do that in the existing alignment, kind of in good faith to protect that as we make this decision. I think in this instance, we do have tools at our disposal to protect that, but they're not, because it wasn't taken at the time of the initial annexation, there's no zoning protections in place. It's not currently zoned as protected by the River Valley area, though it does have the planning in place so that as we move forward with subdivision, that triggers these processes.
okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. And maybe just to follow up on that, just so I'm crystal clear, if this is not approved today, what limitations would remain on the landowner for what they can or can't do as it relates to the creek, and in particular the surrounding trees? It sounds like there's sort of a buffer or a limitation around that, but that's not including all of the tree stands.
Well, the applicant has, through the negotiations, working together with administration, the applicant has registered a restrictive covenant that does now protect the trees in their existing location, which is registered. So we do have that protection now, which we didn't necessarily have before this. However, the reality is because of that new alignment of Roper Road, which again has shifted slightly through that detailed design process, their developable land has become quite challenging to work with. There would really only be kind of lower order bits like storage and things like that you could really do there. And again, in terms of the negotiations and the trade-offs, would we rather have something more like a business park where you do have kind of less challenging, messy sites next to the river valley is certainly something that we would consider.
Okay, that's helpful to understand. And yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to get a good answer on this one, but you know, the risk of reestablishing a natural system and trying to understand what is the viability of that, what is the level of risk of undertaking that type of project? Timeline, it seems pretty extensive.
Yes, I think one of the things that's really interesting in a case like this is the risk isn't necessarily to the ultimate, the risk is the time delays. So because they've worked with us, failure as it is not likely because we have the securities. In essence, if for some reason they decided that they were just done, we would have the securities in place to go fix that. And that would be after having 10 years worth of working together to try and make sure that they were doing the appropriate reestablishment of that. So I think in negotiating with the applicant to try and get that 10 years of final acceptance certificate, that really buys us significant time. And then on top of the 10 years, they still have to actually make the, they have to actually pass the inspections to be able to get those securities back. So I think in terms of the risk of the ultimate is exceptionally low. The challenge is there's time in between in terms of building that natural succession of the ecosystem back into a place that's more vibrant.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry, I can't see my time. Okay, great. And understanding that the preliminary EIA was conducted, can you just remind me on our end, like on the city side, we have folks who specialize in like ecology and environmental conservation. How is their expertise feeding into this conversation?
That's a great question, Councillor. And I think what's important about that one to note is that we have different mandates in terms of what we're reviewing for. Our team does a great job of analyzing it, and they're looking at should we be doing it or should it occur rather than necessarily the details. They actually agree that the suggested approach to the relocation and the recommended mitigation, should this occur, is being done well. Again, there's some fundamental trade-offs where we're still in the should we be doing this, and I think in the end we do land on the should we, or we should. But fundamentally, we do have people that are very well versed in this information that are reviewing the information at the detail level.
Okay, and just really quickly then, so recognizing that, when the recommendations come in front of us, there are a number of factors and considerations that go into that, including, ecological, industrial action plan, transportation, et cetera, et cetera. From purely an ecological perspective, what are the experts saying on the city side around whether or not it should happen?
An intact ecosystem is always going to provide more value than one that is not yet established. So when we're looking at the like-for-like area, there is going to be a loss. Overall, in the end, because we are co-considering it, I think that this puts us in the best position to achieve both over time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford?
So just a quick question following up to Councillor Tang's, but I just want to make sure I understand. So even though there's a new structure plan, there wasn't the opportunity to have this be included because there wasn't a subdivision application.
That's correct. We don't take land ownership, which is guided through the MGA for environmental reserve until we're doing a subdivision.
Okay. And you mentioned the restricted covenant is protecting it, but the way I read the restricted covenant in the report specifically is that that it's in place if the application to the province fails. So it would assume passing today and then passing, and then going to an application of the province, would it not? So it's actually not protected in its current state. I just want to make sure that's on.
My apologies if I misspoke. My apologies if I misspoke on that.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure, because the way I'm reading it, that's what it says. So I'm sure those conditions are on the restricted. Can somebody confirm?
Councillor, this is Jamie Johnson here. The restricted covenant that has been agreed to does restrict that land until such time as all of this process works out and it ends up dedicated.
Yeah, but that's assuming like if this process stops. Then there's
then
no,
they
there-
have the,
then that restricted covenant does not stand.
correct, then they have the rights to their land as they did before.
Yeah. Just wanted to make sure that was clear. And was there any other opportunities or points in time when this part of the ravine could have been acquired by the city, or do we have other tools in which we could have, or I guess, are there any opportunities in a future focused way of acquiring that doesn't involve relocation of this river, this ravine?
So there isn't a current subdivision for the southern portion, and there was actually cash in lieu put in trust until this decision was made because the application was pending. So the decision, because there was the application coming forth for the northern portion, was deferred until the land use considerations were in place. Is that?
But that's only for the money in lieu, but for the land itself, we have to subdivide the land. And so that's the only way that we can acquire the land into our protection and to do the ER would be through subdivision.
And the ER is an environment. What is ER?
Councillors Jamie Johnson, you're getting ER is environmental reserve. There are other legal tools such as annexation, but of course they're very expensive and cumbersome.
Totally. And you have to have a high threshold of.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that we answer you correctly. Yeah. There are other tools. They're just not very
they're not very ideal or optimal. Okay. And then can I ask one more question about, it says in the report that this is a priority industrial growth area, but I don't remember, does it actually identify this area as priority growth for industrial? Or I thought that was more south central up to the airport and northwest.
This was listed as one of the high value areas for the industrial investment action plan.
Okay, because in the actual report, the specific wording, which I'm just trying to pull up right now, because I thought that was odd, is that it literally says, I just want to, sorry, I'm going through, this is a long document, is consistent with non-residential priority growth areas as one of the benefits. So how is that interpreted by administration?
I'll have to go get that information again. If it was put in the report, I'm confident that that was the findings when we did the evaluation.
Yeah, I'm always leery though, and especially in public hearing and legal jargon of consistent as opposed to seems like a word that is nuanced in this context.
Councillor, the intent was to describe the priority in terms of shovel-ready land, and this area in that context of shovel readiness, it is one of those areas, along with some others in the southeast. I think I wrote it down earlier, Ellerslie and Pilipow, I believe, but yes, that's the context in terms of priority is in terms of the shovel readiness, not in terms of the PGAs that we, for residential growth.
Thank you. Councillor Jans, can you take the chair for a moment?
Taken.
Thank you. So I appreciate, this has been asked a few times. I just want to make sure it's very clear in my mind. Currently, there's a restrictive covenant that protects the trees in this northern portion. At the conclusion of this conversation, if this rezoning is to fail, the covenant is removed from title. Is that correct?
Councillor, I'm actually going to ask Ann to weigh in. I drafted the restricted covenant, but I haven't negotiated with the parties on when it is being put onto the title. The covenant as it stands, as you've stated, protects the trees, the land, the water course, everything to be left in its natural state, to hold it essentially in limbo during this process, for sure.
And wouldn't allow permission to construct anything, erection of structures.
Yeah, I think for me, it's just what...
Councillor, the natural progression, sorry, it's Travis on this. If this were to fail, the applicant would move forward with a subdivision, most likely to subdivide the northern parcels off because they're not a contiguous development parcel for them. They would look to sell that off, and through that subdivision, we would look to acquire those lands as per the current plan, and then we would remove that RC on the title.
Okay, so there is a subdivision that would apply to this parcel that could result in the original plan, green space.
We don't have it yet, but that would be the natural progression if they were looking to continue development and disposition of the land. Alternatively, they could continue the ownership of it, and it would stay as is with no subdivision.
Okay, I just want to be sure I'm crystal clear, because for me, I'm just trying to understand the tools that we have to achieve some of the outcomes that we heard, desired by our speakers.
Outside of subdivision, the tours are highly limited to actually acquiring the ER in no matter what avenue we pursue. Without the subdivision, the acquisition or quite frankly, even the zoning it to ER or NA is not available.
Or we'd have to provide compensation if we...
Yeah,
If
if we
we
rezoned
expropriate
it,
it.
we'd be forced to buy it
Yeah.
at a negotiated price, which ends up essentially expropriation type values.
Yeah, okay. But I think from what you had just said, though, it sounds like there would be a subdivision process happening.
If the applicant chose to proceed.
Okay, but there's
No, there's nothing to force them to do
There's
that.
nothing to force them to do that, and is it practical that they would, if they're, like, they could develop the northern portions without subdividing this, the southern portions without dividing the northern portion?
Correct.
Okay, I think that's a really critical one. And then apologies, there was reference to cash in lieu being held for southern subdivisions in the southern portions of the land?
That's for the municipal reserve, not for the environmental reserve. But we do have cash in lieu in trust for the municipal reserve, because that decision was not finite, or was not completed. So essentially, the original plan as it was, there was municipal reserve used to kind of square away the edges of the creek. But because those are no longer going to be needed the way they're delineating the new creek, it's all going to essentially meet the environmental reserve with some exception. We do have a small portion to the southeast that would be municipal reserve. So because that decision was waiting on this land use reconfiguration, the applicant put that in trust. And I think we'd end up giving a small portion of that back because we did end up keeping a small portion of land for municipal reserve.
Okay, so I think I'm just struggling. So it seems like there has been a subdivision process that has led to cash being held in lieu, to which these lands are subject. And so why were we not able to get environmental reserve through that subdivision process?
That was through this, for the southern portion of the site, same title, but they wanted a different configuration along the north. And so we worked with the applicant collaboratively to try and come up with a way that we could postpone the decision until the land use reconfiguration could come before you, while still enabling the development to the south, the construction of Roper Road, and the development permits for the buildings in the south.
Okay, well, I'm out of time, but might come back on that. Councillor Knack?
Thanks, Councillor Stevenson. Sorry, this is a lot. This one's a lot. Okay. So right now, I'm just, again, on page 17, I'm just trying to make sure I've understood. So currently, we haven't had, the preliminary EIA took place because right now, it's not owned by the city. It's not actually zoned as River Valley land. Therefore, there's no trigger point to require it to come back to committee like it normally would if there was going to be to deem site any of that. Is that correct?
We don't own the land, it's
Yeah.
not public land, and therefore any development within the River Valley is on private land and does not need to go through the deemed essential process. I think that's what you're asking, Councillor?
I think so too, hopefully. If this were approved, which then does zone the land A, River Valley land, would there not be, because I heard Councillor Wright's question at the very beginning, but I guess I want to double check. Would there not then be a requirement for a full EIA to come back to committee. If this were to be approved and then they were to start initiating a path, we would now have this land zoned. I guess it's not owned yet by the city, but through the process, in the sequence of events, I heard, this were zoned, then there would be a subdivision. Would there not be a trigger point that where a full EIA would come back? Because I guess, like, I'm very much understanding. I feel like you're saying somewhere in the process that might happen, but it wouldn't come back to council.
Correct.
Councillor, just, it's Travis here, sorry.
Yeah.
Just to make it crystal clear.
Sure, let's try. Let's try. Yes.
This is council's opportunity to weigh in on this application.
It's the only time.
It's the only time.
Even under any other circumstance, zoning is approved, subdivision happens, there would be no additional trigger point that this would come back to committee with an EIA.
Correct, because the next, if council were to approve this, they would then go seek Water Act approval to move the bed and shore. The subdivision would then come subsequent to that. So there's been a series of decisions being made that is moving the creek. So at the subdivision, we would then look to acquire that lands through ER. But that decision to make and define the ER in the new realignment parts would already been made. So the council's decision and opportunity is here today to decide whether or not to move forward with the moving of a creek with the information in front of you today, which has the EIA, and that information in the EIA states the trade-offs or the mitigation measures and what's the gaps are.
Yeah. Difference is this is defined as a preliminary EIA, which, I mean, I know you're trying to get it, you know, it's tough to go down the full exercise of a full EIA if you don't know that this is going to happen. At the same time, I'm looking to Mr. Johnson. How much can I factor that? Like, so in many other situations, you know, we get these 300-page EIAs, which are a lot, but they give council that check and that final piece. How much can I consider that? Like, so I know this is essentially the preliminary EIA was a bit of a gift to us. It wasn't a requirement, I don't think, of this application. And so I appreciate the work that the the applicant's been trying to do to get us to where we are. At the same time, I'm hearing the concerns. How much can I weigh that in? Can we even, what does that look like?
Council, you should weigh in the preliminary EIA and the information you have from experts in that regard. There's a big difference in context between what you normally see and what you're talking about under the North Saskatchewan River Valley ARP.
Yeah.
Those are ones that apply for major facilities to public land or public funding. And that's the big distinction here.
Yes,
that is
yes.
council controlling land it owns and has stewardship over, as compared to this, which is a private proposal to create land that council will then own and have stewardship over.
And so that's the piece, right?
Yes.
Is that I'm understanding that at the end of the day, we will own this.
Correct.
But we don't necessarily have the detail, and it's an order of operations. I get why the applicant would do it this way. I'm just trying to figure out if I have enough to be confident that the end state is going to be the best outcome. And so this is more of a...
And council, keeping in mind again the context, the starting point for you here is that location and the use of the lands as proposed in the zoning a good idea?
Yeah.
That's the basis here, right?
I agree in that.
How we eventually get there actually isn't a lot different than a lot of applications where we don't see the end product that is brought to you. We see concepts and we see proposals. It's not ideal, I can see.
No, I get it, yeah.
Apologies, Jamie. I just want to, in the last few seconds, I may have used the word preliminary EIA in terms of it's the first step of the EIA. It's not as detailed as, for instance, reconstructing the bed and shore will be, but this does get into the level of details of how many trees are going to be planted, how many are whips, how many are large scale, what is the underbrush going to look like. This is a very significant document that administration did review.
Yeah.
Thank you. Would you like to move a second round?
Yes, I'll move a second round.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Salvador, yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I know we're always told at public hearing that we can't consider like the revenue that be generated from increased property taxes.
Correct.
But if we're looking here today at the industrial action plan, isn't the industrial action plan to increase revenue?
I would argue that that may be a portion of it. So this is a very interesting thing. The Municipal Government Act allows you to contemplate economic development as part of your decision. It says it specifically in there. So we have to figure out what that distinction is. Economic development is the whole spectrum of strategies and policies and actions that will incent development, that will create an economic environment that is beneficial to the city, that will create diversity of land uses, all of these things. Revenue is an aspect of that, but isn't before you as a consideration. I know that's a nuance, the legislation creates it.
Okay, because I am, you know, I guess administration recognizes the risk, the environmental risk in this, but then it, I think, mitigates it by falling in line with our industrial action plan. So I'm feeling that we're basing economic needs over our environmental needs or concerns.
I think that in this case, we were looking at balancing them. And again, it comes back to that distinction between the way we grow, which had the concentric circle model, where there was more important, less important, less important. Those were a different way of considering this. The city plan really pushes us to co-consider them when we're looking at the city as a whole and how complex it is, rather than necessarily a hierarchical model, which is a much more simplistic way of viewing a city, which, as you know, is very complex in terms of how it runs and how those trade-offs are made.
Councillor, city building is complex, and we have to consider many systems that operate together. And so, yes, we are considering those trade-offs, and they are laid out in the council report as well as the presentation. And this is a big deal. We're not trying to say that it's not a big deal. It is a big deal. And we are considering the trade-offs and bringing that recommendation to you.
Okay, thank you, because it does seem like a big deal to me. Okay, so we only have like less than 10 minutes here before we have to, so I'm just, like, options, I do have a motion to refer back, requesting some additional information. I could put that on the floor. I guess we've only got one more person lined up for questions. So we could just vote on this without speaking. Oh, and we've got other questions. Yeah. So then it'll just get pushed over to May the 7th.
Yes, thank you. I am thinking what's best is if we pause on this item for now. I think we'll leave the public hearing open, recognizing there are pros and cons to that, but just so that we can come back with some further questions. But I'm just wondering if Mr. Johnson could remind us of best practice between now and our next public hearing.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. This is always a bit of a tricky one. We're in the middle of an item. What I would do is just remind Council that this is an open, active public hearing. You should not receive information outside the public hearing process. So this will come back. If there are correspondence or whatnot, those should be directed to Council correspondence, because then they can be made public and a part of that hearing. Otherwise, you may have other people wish to speak at the next at the continuation of this. That would be totally appropriate and at the discretion of Council. But then we decide on the matter that is before you from what you've received in the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that reminder. So I'll just suggest that we table this for now and move to our next item, which I understand.
Councillor Stevenson,
I'm so sorry.
could I just ask, with the motion that I've put forward about sort of meeting the recommendations of the environmental and climate governance audit, could those recommendations be met prior to, I think it's June of 2026? I mean, because I wouldn't want to delay this too long.
It's our work plan to meet the timelines that we've identified in the audit. I'll look to Ken Snyder, who's here on behalf of the team that's doing that work, but if there's more information needed on that. So, Kent, I don't know if there's more that you wanted to add on that?
Just really quickly, over on the side, it will be really difficult to advance the climate audit recommendations, completing them. When we were at audit committee last year, it felt like it was quite an aggressive schedule, so I wouldn't suggest it would be easy to advance those quicker.
Okay, so I'm just concerned with leaving this open, sort of in limbo. Okay, I will.
Yeah, I appreciate the challenge. I mean, this is a situation that we've run up against in the past. It's just a matter of timing today, given national events. We're needing to end a bit early today. So we will leave this here. I don't think we need a motion for it to come back to our next public hearing, or do we need a motion for it to come?
Councillor Stevenson will need a motion to postpone it to the next public hearing.
Okay. Can I get that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote. Oh, and can we proactively make it first item of business, or has the agenda already been set?
The agenda's already been set, so that can happen at the
We could
public
bring it
hearing if
forward
you
at
so
the public
choose.
hearing. Okay, thank you. Just for clarity for our applicants and speakers, that we'll aim to have that first item of business.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried, thank you. Next, I believe, is 313. Councillor Rice, you selected this. Do you have any questions or a need for presentation?
I selected this and my question already and answered based on information provided by city administration and also the applicant. So I'm more than happy to just close the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote.
So I move this 3.13 and for first reading.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote. Or anyone to speak? No. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote.
I move for second reading.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried.
I move for the consideration of the third reading.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried.
I move that Bylaw 21132 for the final reading of the three readings.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Thank you. So that addresses item 313. For the remainder of our agenda, including 314, 15, 16, 17, will those automatically roll over, or do we also need a motion to postpone those?
If we could move to postpone those to the next public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Please vote to postpone these items to the May 7th public hearing.
So point of order, Madam Chair. 3.14, I don't know which councillor choose that one. You have questions?
Yes.
Okay, so we do not have enough time. Otherwise, we could bring forward for that.
Yeah, thank
Okay.
you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. And we also have housekeeping, I believe, to extend our orders on May 7th. If someone would like to make that motion.
So moved.
So there's the motion, notice of motion without customary notice required before we make that motion.
Okay, it seems like Councillor
Sorry.
Jans. Oh. Hi, Councillor Rutherford, did you have a point of order? No, okay, I'll go to Councillor Jans if you would like to move to allow Councillor Rice to make a notice of motion.
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jones.
Sorry, before we vote, Councillor Rutherford, did you wish to speak?
No, I have a question on the motion once it's put on the floor without customary notice.
Thank you. So please vote on allowing Councillor Rice to make a motion without customary notice.
So may I have the wording on the
Just,
motion?
we just need the results from this
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Rice. I'll allow you to put the motion on the floor to extend orders. There we go.
Okay, so I move that the order of the day and for the May 7, 2025 City Council public hearing be changed as follows. Dinner 5 p.m. to 6 p.m., adjournment at 9 p.m.
Councillor Jans, or second.
Second.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford, you wish to ask a question or speak to this?
Yeah, I just have a question because I thought that the option was also available to do May 8th. I'm mindful. I don't think that provides us a lot more time. It gives us an extra few hours on an already packed agenda. And I understand there's also council colleagues that can't make the 7th in the evening. I'm confused as to why we're not putting May 8th on the floor as a full day.
Thank you all.
And to the mover, I guess.
Thank you to that question. I just needed our chair comment on that, respond to
Yeah,
that.
to be fair to the mover, I think this was put before us as a procedural motion, so perhaps we could get some insights from administration, if there are any.
I guess to administration is May 8th an option? I feel like I'm trying to look back through the chat and I thought May 8th was an option.
Councillor Stevenson, both are options, May 7th to extend until 9 p.m. or May 8th for the full day. It is strictly at council's discretion which option they choose to.
Okay, do we have indication around availability? Would the 7th and the 8th both have quorum?
Based on the request for availability, we have quorum
Okay,
barely, but we do have quorum
for both options. Okay, well, Councillor Rutherford, if you'd like to put an alternative motion on the floor, is it an amendment? Can we do a fill in the blank?
Yeah, I mean, I'll listen. I see Councillor Hamilton is also one that said that they weren't available in the evening of the 7th is also on the floor, but I think just, again, adding 3 hours or adding a full day, I think we need the full day. That's my 2 cents, but I'll wait to hear what Councillor Hamilton has to say.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Hamilton?
I'm just on to speak. That's all. So if questions are done, then I can speak to it.
Okay, procedurally, what I would suggest, people can speak to this motion. If you would prefer the 8th, then you can vote against this motion. And then another motion could be put on the floor for the 8th. So I'll go to speaking, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I was one of the people who has really limited availability these days. I'm traveling during that time, so I'm not available on the 8th, and I have really limited availability on the 7th. So I don't know that I'd be able to attend either option. I'm mostly just putting on the record that I'm not available for this change, though I recognize that the public hearing agenda is now very backed up. And so I think it puts a lot of pressure on all of us. And I think a primary consideration here is probably quorum, because you would not want to lose quorum in the middle of a public hearing, because I think that creates other scheduling demands. But I think this is a bit of a creature of the time we're living in, also knowing that we're down one member of council, so our quorum is reduced a bit. So that's all I want to say. Just, I understand that business has to proceed, but I did put on the record in the circulation that it would be very difficult for me to attend either extension. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I wish there was a bit more we weren't rushed and there was a bit more discussion that we could have on these things. I'm noticing a pattern where we're extending these into evenings on the weeks that I have my kids. And so honestly, the 8th would have probably been preferential for me. I'm always a team player and willing to prioritize council, but I wish there had been a little bit more discussion in advance of what option would have been preferable to all of us instead of rushing it like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you. And I understand that we have to get out of here so people can vote, so I'll just be quick. I think what the practice used to be is that councillors would meet with administration to get into the weeds so that when they finally got to council, they would have a fairly good understanding of the issue. And then if they had any remaining questions, they would be high-level questions, maybe in the public interest. And so I think that if we practice that, we can probably get through items within the time allotted on the 7th, because it would be great if we don't extend to the 8th. I'll just say that, and I'm in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers, Councillor Rice, you wish to close? Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thanks, everyone. We're now adjourned. Please go out and vote if you haven't already. Thank you.